Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum 2025. May I kindly invite everyone to take their seats as we prepare to begin the opening of today's program.
Since the dawn of time, food has done more than nourish us. It's united tribes, shaped empires, and told the story of civilizations. From the wheat fields of Mesopotamia to the olive groves of Greece. Every culture carved its identity through what it grew, cooked, and shared. And nowhere is this story richer than in Asia, a land where food is art, tradition, and legacy. Think of the delicate balance of sushi in Japan, the fire of Thai spices, the depth of Indian curries. For thousands of years, Asia hasn't just created food, it's created culinary wisdom. But as the world grew smaller and food crossed borders, one question became urgent. How do we keep food safe and fair for everyone, everywhere? That's where Codex Alimentarius steps in, a global collection of food standards set to protect our health and ensure fair food trade. And Asia? It's played a leading role, from scientific expertise to cultural insight. Asian countries have helped shape international food standards that impact millions. Their voice ensures that traditional foods meet modern safety, and that local producers can compete fairly in a global market. To protect this history and to build the future, we are honored today to welcome you to the Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum 2025. Welcome to the City of Angels, Bangkok, Thailand. Over the coming days, we gather not just as representatives of our nations and organizations, but as partners in a shared mission to bridge science, innovation, and policy for the safety and trust of the food we all share.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, my name is Amin Kassouf and I serve as the Scientific Director of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society G-Force. It is my honor to guide you through this morning opening ceremony. Today, we gather to reflect on the regulatory challenges and opportunities that are shaping the future of our food systems, and to explore how Codex and CC Asia members can play a leading role in addressing them. Allow me first to introduce Ms. Aya Nozzawa, Chair of the Codex Coordinating Committee for Asia, whose leadership continues to guide our region's engagement with Codex. Ms. Aya, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Very good morning, and thank you very much for the coming for this the forum, and so it's wonderful to see you all here today. And we already discussed about the Codex yesterday, but I'm very glad to continue our discussion here today. And I very much appreciate the government of Thailand and for hosting this very the valuable opportunity to in beautiful city in Bangkok. And also to let me warmly thank our partner IOFAS and GFOS for their strong commitment to Codex and bringing us together in the unique regulatory setting. And and also today we welcome the very important person from the government of Thailand. Sorry, I'm sorry, and Dr. Pongthai Thai Yotin, Deputy Secretary General from the Ministry of the Agriculture and the Cooperative. And thank you very much for coming here and during your very busy schedule. And I very much appreciate your participation here today. And we as a delegate already here yesterday, and we already discussed the Codex very intensively. And yes, and we are the Codex family, and so this forum is a very special opportunity, and we are just the few weeks away from the 40th session of the Codex Alimentaris Commission, and it is very important the ASEAN members' voice is well prepared and clearly well prepared. So yes, the Codex standards, as I said yesterday, not just a technical document, they are the foundation of food safety and fair trade practice and consumer health protection in all our countries. So they also help us to modernize our food systems in ways that can respond to new technology and innovation. So during these 3 days, including yesterday, so we are looking both backward and forward of Codex. So yesterday, day one, so our focus was on reviewing the Codex landscape, but today and tomorrow, we will broaden the conversation to include many stakeholders, academia, and food industry, and food observers to talk about food innovations and food contact material, and also the growing debate on the ultra-processed food. For these topics are very getting the attention to the world. So I believe this forum is a place where we can learn from one another, listen with open mind, and build consensus together. So again, this is a very great opportunity for us and so Codex members and also the food the stakeholders and to meet together here. And so I do encourage everyone to participate actively and in the discussion and to share our experiences openly and to enjoy this chance to communicate with colleagues and from across the region. And let us use these days not only to prepare for Codex, but also to strengthen the bond among the ASEAN members as members of the Codex family, and also the colleagues working for food safety and also food quality. So with that, it is my great pleasure to welcome you once again and to officially welcome you. And I look forward to our experiences here, and I'm confident that together we will achieve meaningful outcomes. And again, thank you very much for the government of Thailand and for having us here. And also, again, Dr. Pongthai Tiotin. So thank you for coming today. So I'm very much appreciate. And so thank you very much. And yeah, and enjoy. So please enjoy the forum and please enjoy the discussion together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Aya. Now, it is my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Jing, Vice Chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, who will now deliver her opening remarks and share her perspective on the importance of our collective work.
Distinguished Deputy Secretary General of National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standards, Chair of CC Asia, President and President-elected of IOFOST, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First and foremost, I would like to once again express my sincere appreciation to IOFOST and GFOS for organizing the 2025 Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum. I'm truly delighted to have been invited to this forum and to collaborate with all of you at here. Following yesterday's extensive discussion on key issues from CCXIC and subsidiary bodies, I believe we have already formed some ideas and frameworks regarding the priority area that our region should consider focus on, as well as approaches to implementing the new round of Codex retention plan at regional level. This discussion outcomes and considerations will serve as crucial preparation for CC Asia 23 and CAC 48. I know that the theme over the next 2 days will be forward-looking discussion on the potential work that Codex may undertake and involve in the future. Taking NFPS as an example, the issue had already been discussed or considered by previous CC Exec and Commission. The conclusion is to suggest to use a flexible and timely manner to consider NFPS and encourage members to submit proposals related to NFPS using existing Codex mechanisms. Over the past 2 years, member countries have successfully put forward a number of proposals related to NFPS, such as cell-based food, spirulina, seaweed, and so on. So it's indeed a timely moment for us to consider these issues from a regional perspective at this juncture. So at this point, I would like to emphasize again the foundation of Codex standards is sound scientific evidence. Codex Alimentaries, as a risk management body, will make risk management decisions based on the results of risk assessment. We should rely on sound science advice when establishing Codex standards, which is also a consistent emphasis in the Codex retention plan. Finally, I would like to underscore that inclusiveness and transparency are core value of Codex. I'm very pleased to know that the participants in this forum include not only government authority, but also stakeholders from academic, industry, and other parties. I'm confident the upcoming discussions over the next 2 days will be a vibrant exchange of ideas, providing strong support for our subsequent regional work. So thank you for all the input and the contribution for this forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jing. We are now honored to have with us Dr. Pongthai Tayutin, Deputy Secretary General of the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standards. Dr. Pongthai will now address us with his opening speech. Please, Dr. Pongthai.
Vice Chairpersons of the Codex Alimentarius Commissions, Dr. Jing, Chairperson of CCAS SIA, Ms. Aya Nozzawa, Presidents of the International Union of Food Science and Technologies, Chief Operating Officer of Global Foods Regulatory Science Societies, Professor Samuel Godefroy, former Secretary Generals of the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodities and Food Standards, Mr. Pisan Pongthai, IU Force President-elect and Chair of Food Innovation and Regulation Networks, Professor Pavinee, President of Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand, Assistant Professor Pongthai Nithayanand, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodities and Food Standards, ACFS, the Codex contact point of Thailand, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to this important event, the 2025 Asia's Codex and Food Regulatory Forums. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the International Union of Food, Science and Technologies, IUFOS, Global Foods Regulatory Science Society, Food Innovation and Regulation Network, Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand, and Federations of the Institute of Food Science and Technology in Asia for initiating these important regional platforms. It is a great privilege for Thailand and as a host countries, and for ACFS to serve as co-organizer for these significant forums. We are truly proud to support this initiative and to see such strong representations from Codex contact points, National Food Authority regulators, academics, scientists, and food industry stakeholders from across the regions. Consumer safety is the top priority of Thailand, as Thailand is one of the world's leading agricultural and food product suppliers. With the aim to establish the effective food safety control system, the food safety roadmap was endorsed as a national framework. The Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative, MOAC, implements the food safety roadmap for controlling food and agricultural products at the operational level through the food supply chain to ensure that the agricultural and food product meet safety and quality standards recognized internationally for both domestic and export markets. The MOAC has placed great emphasis on advancing foods and agricultural system through its 3S policy, which serve as a cornerstone for national development in this sector. The 3S policy stands for first, safety. This means ensuring the safety and quality of agricultural products and foods throughout the entire supply chain from farm to fork. Second, security. We aim to strengthen food and agricultural resilience to ensure adequate and reliable supply for domestic consumption and export. And third, sustainability. We are committed to promote production systems that are environmentally responsible system that protect our national resources and ensure long-term viability of our ecosystem and food system. The MOSC has also placed increasing emphasis on technologies, innovations, and digital traceabilities in our food control systems, recognizing that food safety and innovation must go hand in hand in the face of emerging risks and future challenges. We meet today in a world rapid change, climate change, and instabilities, technological disruptions, evolving consumer expectations, and increasingly complex global supply chains are placing new pressure on our food system. In this context, the Codex Alimentarius play as a fundamental role in shaping the global food safety and trade. As science-based, internationally recognized standard, Codex guideline helps ensure food safety, protect consumer health, and facilitate fair and transparent trade. For countries like our in Asia, Codex provide not only a valuable reference for developing national food standard, but also a vital platform for collaboration and regional engagement. However, to make Codex truly effective, active and meaningful participation is essential. This means ensuring that the views, realities, and data from our region are well represented in Codex discussions and reflect in development of global standards. Thailand has long recognized the value of Codex, fully support the work of Codex as foundation of the international food regulatory system. ACFS, as Codex contact points of Thailand, has been actively involved in coordinating national position, engaging with stakeholders from all relevant sectors, and supporting technical input to a wide range of Codex committees, ensuring that Thailand's voice is here and our contributions are constructive, timely, and well-informed. We have taken the lead in drafting the various Codex texts, such as Standard of Rambutan, Durian, Bamboo Shoots, Dry Fruit, Canis Mixed Fruit, Chili Sauce, Rice Bran Oil, Fish Sauce, and study for the establishment of approximately 28 MRL for pesticide residues. We have also host and co-host numerous Codex meetings over the years. Our experience has shown us that Codex is not just a technical process, but it is a diplomatic one. It requires regional cooperation, negotiations, mutual understanding, and scientific collaborations. That is why this forum is so important. It gives us the chance to reflect on outcome from recent Codex meeting, align regional viewpoint ahead of 48th session of the Codex Alimentarius Commission, and strengthen the trust and cooperation among countries in Asia. Looking ahead to the future, We face rapidly evolving food landscape driven by climate change, technological disruption, changing consumer preference, and the emerging of novel and future food. Thailand recognizes the importance of embracing food innovation while ensuring that food safety remain at the core of every advancement research. Food regulatory modernization are needed to support the development of future food industry that are safe, sustainable, and accessible. Codex has important role to play in this transition, not only in setting the standard, but also in building the trust and capacity by developing science-based, globally harmonized standard. Codex can help ensure that innovation does not move ahead of regulation and that novel food products are evaluated for safety, qualities, and fair trade in transparent and inclusive way. As we prepare for the upcoming CAC 48, these forums allow us to define and evaluate Asia's voice on key issues. Let us use this opportunity to build regional consensus, identify gaps in data and technical input, and coordinate our messaging for CAC 48. Finally, I wish to express my deepest appreciation once again to IU Force, G Force, Twin, Postat, and FIPSTA for your effort to hosting this meaningful forum. To all participants, thank you for your dedication, for your willingness to learn and share together. The future of food regulation in Asia depends on our collective effort, guided by science and united by purpose. Let us use this forum not only to exchange knowledge, but to build momentum for collaborative action based on scientific driven by innovation and committed to the well-being of all people. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a successful and inspiring forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tayotin, for your inspiring words and for officially opening today's program. To mark this moment, may I now invite colleagues seated in the front row to join in for the official group photo, please.
Welcome to the 2025 Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum, in the heart of Asia, where a global conversation moves forward, where science meets policy, where innovation inspires new rules, and where the future of food regulation takes shape. From August 18th to 20th, Bangkok hosts the 2025 Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum. The forum aims to review outcomes from recent Codex committees, prepare for effective regional engagement at CAC 48, strategize future participation in Codex committees, advance regulatory transformation in support of food innovation, strengthen capacity in Codex and risk-based food control. Led by the International Union of Food Science and Technology, IUFOST, and the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, G-Force, in collaboration with the Food Innovation Regulatory Network, FERN, the Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand, FOSTAT, and the Federation of Institutes of Food Science and Technology in ASEAN, FIFSTA, and the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standards, ACFS, with Codex contact points and regulators across the Codex Coordinating Committee for Asia, CC Asia. This is a united regional vision for food safety, because food safety is people, it is protection, it is trust. 2025 Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum, Bangkok, August 18th to 20th. Shape the future.
We sincerely thank Dr. Pongthai Tayutin for his generous support and presence this morning. We understand that he must attend to other important commitments, and we wish him continued success in his endeavors. We now turn to remarks from our supporting organizations, whose contributions play a vital role in advancing science and innovation in food regulation. It is my pleasure to first invite Professor Pavinee Shinashoti, President-elect of the International Union of Food Science and Technology, IUFOST, to deliver her remarks.
Good morning. It is an honor and a pleasure for us to be a part of the organization of this very important event. As a part of Food Innovation Regulation Network, we have developed a lot of knowledge sharing and building capacity for food regulatory and innovators and industry and educators for Thailand for almost 10 years now. And collectively, we have found great number of challenges and also opportunities for us to do better. And for that, FERN had been continuously being supported by the Thai government and also from a number of academics and industry researchers for building stronger and stronger coalition for understanding regulatory science, particularly when it comes to innovation. We at FERN particularly focus on safety and health, and particularly health claims, which is very, very challenging from the scientific point of view, but we stand firm on scientific evidence that makes decision making more standardized with the rest of the world. And with that, when I was approached by G-Force chair, Professor Sam Godefroy, who is also IUFOST president, is no brainer that we have to do this together to be stronger. So it is our honor to have you all here with us, all representatives from Codex contact points, Thai government representatives who are here. I cannot name you all, but we are grateful for your strong supports, and also delegates from different areas who are international and Thai as well, for being here and seeing the relevance and the importance, which is very breaking for Asia. As you know, Asia is a very large continent, and it has a great number of countries, large and small. We have the largest here, and we probably have one of the smallest here as well. We have a great variety of development among our countries. More than 50% of the world population live here. And functional ingredient development, more than 50% of the global market actually originated from here. As you can see, that the wealth of natural resources and also human population needs are here at this moment. We must realize what we're doing here in this room has a tremendous impact to all, not just Asia, but the rest of the world. But we have challenges in front of us because our knowledge and research development is still developing. We are catching up in a lot of ways with the rest of the world in terms of technology and innovation. However, we have our most untapped natural resources that yet to be delivered to the world. So the challenge is how you match innovation, R&D with the opportunities in the future. And without help from organizations like IUFOS, GFOS, FERN, 4STAT, and 5STAR, and so on and so forth, it can be really difficult thing to do. So this is a great opportunity, and I won't spend too much of my time, but I just like to address the importance that what we are here today has a global impact, and it has a real impact to the locals in each of our countries. So thank you very much for being here, and welcome you all to have, it's going to be a great, joyful day of discussion, and enjoy your stay here in Bangkok. Thank you very much.
The International Union of Food Science and Technology, IUFOST, is the global scientific organization representing national food science and technology bodies from around the world. Through its network of experts, member associations, and disciplinary groups, IUFOST promotes the advancement and application of food science and technology. These efforts address some of the most pressing global challenges, from food safety and nutrition to sustainability and innovation. As a recognized global voice for food science, IUFOST works closely with international partners and institutions. They foster scientific collaboration, capacity building, and knowledge exchange that benefit both policy and practice. IUFOST, strengthening food science and technology for humanity.
Thank you, Professor Pavinee, for highlighting the contribution of IUFOST, 4STAT, FERN, 5STA, and other organizations in supporting science-based approaches to food innovation and safety. Next, it is my honor to welcome Professor Samuel Godefroy, President of the International Union of Food Science and Technology, IUFOST, and Chief Operating Officer of the Global Food Regulatory Science Society, G-Force, who will now share his remarks with us.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all, distinguished colleagues, distinguished friends. It is my great pleasure to meet you here again in Bangkok and to welcome you to the 2025 Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum that we are all collectively convening here. Let me start by extending our deepest gratitude again to our hosts, sorry, here in Thailand, and primarily the representatives of the government of Thailand, in particular the National Bureau of Agricultural Commodities and Food Standards, for their leadership, for your generosity in bringing us together, and also for your contributions to the development of the program. I also wish to recognize the important contributions of the Food Innovation Regulations Network, FERN, and the Food Science and Technology Association of Thailand, FOSTAT, whose engagement demonstrates the strength of Thailand's food science and regulatory community. From the broader region, we are very fortunate to enjoy the support of the Institutes of Food Science and Technology in ASEAN, FIFSTA, reflecting the region's collective commitment to strengthening science-based regulation as well as effective participation in Codex. Allow me, of course, to recognize the leadership within Codex itself. We are grateful to Ms. Aya Nozzawa, the chairperson of the FAO-WHO Coordinating Committee for Asia, whose vision has been central to making this initiative possible, as well as to Dr. Jing, the vice chairperson of the Codex Alimentaris Commission, whose presence today and contribution to this forum underscores the importance of Asia's active contribution to Codex deliberations. I'm equally thankful to my fellow IOFOST board member, Dr. Pavinee, the president-elect of IOFOST, who bridges her leadership in Thailand with her global role, reinforcing the ties between the food science community and the regulatory system, not only in Thailand, but worldwide. Thank you very much, Pavinee, for your leadership and support. Most importantly, I would like to highlight the strong response that we have from the various members of CC Asia. We have, I believe, 18 members of CC Asia represented here, either in person or online. And we have also enjoyed a strong response from the stakeholder community, from Thailand, from across Asia and beyond. The active participation of Codex observers from industry associations, from academia, and from consumer organization is what makes this forum a unique forum. Codex only thrives when all the voices are heard and when scientific evidence, practical realities, and consumer needs are brought together to inform decision-making. Now, this forum is therefore more than a preparatory meeting, and this was underscored by the chairperson of CC Asia. It is, in fact, the opportunity for us to strengthen Codex capacities in Asia through more structured engagement and more participation of the stakeholder community. The issues that are before us during these next couple of days will address food innovation, novel foods, novel ingredients, novel processes, the use of food contact applications, the issues related to food classification schemes, including the discourse on ultra-processed food. Now, all these issues and others cannot be advanced by regulators alone. They demand the perspectives, the expertise, and the collaboration of all stakeholders. By engaging openly, by listening, and by working together, we will not only prepare the region, the Asia region, for more effective participation in Codex, but we will also help to shape collectively modernized, science-based, and innovation-friendly regulatory frameworks. Frameworks that aim primarily to safeguard consumers in the region and globally, but also to enable fair trade and foster sustainable growth. With that, once again, I would like to thank you all for your contribution, for your commitment, and I warmly welcome you all to this forum. I look forward to our dialogue, to the collaboration that will be developing and that will guide our collective work. Look forward really to the coming couple of days. Thank you very much again.
Global Food Regulatory Science Society. GFORCE mission includes knowledge generation and dissemination, underpinning food regulatory decisions, in support of food control systems, Our interventions focus on promoting food regulatory scientific disciplines. Consistent reliance on food regulatory sciences enables robust food control programs, contributing to more resilient food systems and a safe, accessible, abundant, and nutritious food supply.
Thank you, Professor Godefroy, for your insightful words and for reaffirming the importance of strong partnership in supporting Codex and regional initiatives. With this, it is now my pleasure to hand the floor back to Ms. Aya Nozzawa, Chair of CC Asia, who will lead us into the introduction of participants for today and guide us into the next segment of our programs. Ms. Aya, the floor is yours.
Good morning again, and yes, and yesterday, and as I said before already, and we focused the Codex. Our discussion is focused on the Codex, but today, and we turn our focus to food regulatory challenges and opportunities, the role of Codex, and the effective contribution of CC Asia members. So this session is designed as a multi-stakeholder dialogue, working for food safety and food innovation and food quality, with participation open not only to CC Asia members, but also to Codex observers and also stakeholders. The program will emphasize the theme of food innovation through presentations, case studies, and interactive group discussion. Participants will explore how Codex can play a strategic role in supporting regulatory convergence of promoting science-based best practices in the area of food innovation. The agenda is, as you all are aware, the agenda is structured to highlight both national experiences and regional perspectives, and to identify ways that Codex engagement can foster more agile and harmonized regulatory frameworks. And so key highlight of the day include the introduction of the first focus area, so regulatory approaches to food innovation, including stakeholder perspective and Codex roles. And also the highlight include regulatory case study from Singapore and other CC Asia members, and showcasing best practices in managing food innovation. And the roundtable discussions on regulatory convergence and agile regulatory models, exploring how Codex can help countries adapt to innovation in food ingredient and processes. And lastly, so group work and synthesis, where participants will report back and develop concrete recommendation, possible concrete recommendation to support future Codex and CC Asia actions. And by the end of day 2, I hope participants will have a set of shared insights and recommendations aimed at advancing regulatory cooperation and supporting innovation, and while ensuring food safety and market access across the CC Asia region. And also before the main topic of day 2, we had the group work for the Codex, the already done committee, and also the future session of Codex, and the last part of the day 1. So, and I hope the group work have been done with the very the good outcome. And also, I think that each group had decided the speaker. So before the main topic of day 2, we will have the opportunity to express the views of each group, and by the designated speaker. So yes, that's all is the day 2 our program, and I enjoy the everyone. Sorry, I hope everyone enjoyed the discussion as well as day 2, and I hope we focus on the very the intensive discussion. And yeah, thank you very much for active participation yesterday, and I hope everyone will continue active participation today as well as yesterday. So thank you very much. I'd like to invite everyone for a self-introduction again, because today we have the Pisan from the government of Thailand, and so here today the new people are coming. So I'd like to invite you all the self-introduction again. So just your name and the organization, and maybe if you have some passions for Codex, please share your views and your passion with everyone. So, but just your introduction, please keep very briefly. So thank you very much. So, Ron?
Okay, so Sawadee everyone. My name is Supat Pongthai. I'm from the faculty of Agroindustry, Chiang Mai University. Very happy to attend this forum. ครับผม
สวัสดีค่ะ. Anadi Niti Tamyong. I'm Senior Advisor of the Institute of Nutrition, Mahidol University, as well as the Advisory Expert of FOSTAT Thailand. Nice to meet you all.
สวัสดีครับ Morning พิสารพงษาพิษ I'm currently retired but formerly worked with the Codex Contact Point of Thailand for more than 30 years. So very happy to attend this meeting and to discuss with you all.
Good morning สวัสดีค่ะ ศิรินันท์ ทับทิมเทพ Director of Innovative Health Product from Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research. Our work is concerned about R&D and service in quantitative analysis of food. Yes.
Good morning สวัสดีครับอารยะโรจนวิชากรครับ I'm come from the FOSTAT member and work as advisor to Deputy Minister of Public Health Thailand. Thank you.
Good morning again. My name is Pongthai Nityanon. I'm the president of FOSTAT, and thank you very much for joining together and hope everyone to be success and happy in Thailand. Welcome to Thailand.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sanka Yoshimochi from Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and Forestry of Japan. Nice meeting you all. Thank you.
My name is Magdari Zemi. I'm from Food Safety Standards and Evaluation in Consumer Affairs Agency. My main work is food additive. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone, and so glad to meet you again. And this is Claire Ding Hao from China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. I'm also serving as the Secretariat of China Codex Committee and also the Secretariat of Codex Committee on Food Additives. And this time I will also serve as the co-chairperson of the CC Asia 23. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. Nice to meet all of you here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zhang Jianbo from China National Center for the Safety Risk Assessment. Very glad to join the event. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wang Yidan, and I come from China National Center for Food Safety Risk Assessment. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Utambul Patoka, and I'm from Mongolia, National Ministry of Food and Agriculture and Light Industry. I'm in charge of the National Codex Committee, Secretary of the Committee. Thank you for.
Good morning, everyone. I'm from Maldives Food and Drug Authority. I work in the Codex National. Yeah, we don't have an office, just the two of us.
Good morning. I'm Khalisa Mohammed from Maldives Food and Drug Authority, Food Quality Assurance Coordinator there in the country's Codex contact point. Yeah, as we mentioned, like it's like few of us. So thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Ten Sathai from Ministry of Health, Department of Food and Drug Administration, Myanmar. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. I am from Myanmar FDA. I am Dr. Wanlaipu, Deputy Director of Department of Food and Drug Administration. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. This is Inamul Haq. I am serving as a Deputy Director in Bangladesh Standards and Testing Institutions, which is the National Codex Contact Point for Bangladesh. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Mohammad Litun Mia. I am from Bangladesh and working as an examiner of Agriculture and Food Division of Bangladesh Standards and Testing Institution. And I am also a desk officer of National Codex Contact Point for Bangladesh. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Nasria. We are representative from Brunei Darussalam Food Authority. Nice to meet you all again.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Just like my manager mentioned, my name is Nadia, and we're from Brunei Darussalam Food Authority. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Jing, and I'm from Bhutan FTA. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jambe Dorji, and I also represent Bhutan Food and Drug Authority. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good to see you again. My name is Nuri Wulansari. I'm from National Standardization Agency of Indonesia, which is also serve as Codex Contact Point Indonesia. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Latifa, and I'm from Directorate of Process Food Standardization from Indonesian FDA. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. Nice meeting you.
Very good morning, everyone. My name is Wen Saiwan Chiralong from the Food and Drug Department, Ministry of Health. LAPDA, the Food and Drug Department is the food safety regulatory authority as well as Codex Contact Point. That Codex standard and guideline is our Bible. So LAPDA is refer on this Codex standard guideline to be our national standard. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Emilia from Food Safety and Quality Program, Ministry of Health, Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum, very good morning, everyone. My name is Nolida Zulkafli, and I'm from Ministry of Health, Malaysia, Food Safety and Quality Program. I'm honored to be here. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jansamon Adonhai. I'm Food and Drug Department, Ministry of Health from Lao, PDI. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Riyaporn Subsakun from Thailand Institute Scientific and Technological Research. I'm a senior researcher from Innovative Herbal Products. I work with novel food and functional foods. Nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Riyaporn Sondet. I'm a senior research officer from Expert Center of Innovative Health Food at Thailand Institute of Scientific and Technological Research. Nice to meet you all.
สวัสดีค่ะ and very good morning to everyone. I'm Namapona Taviros from National Bureau of Agricultural Commodity and Food Standard, Ministry of Agriculture and Cooperative that act at the National Codex Contact Point. I'm in charge of the Codex Committee as well as a Thai Secretariat for Codex Committee on Pesticide Residue, Codex Committee on General Principle, and Codex Administrative Commission. So, moreover, my office also exhibit the national standard for agriculture and commodity as well, such as good agricultural practices and organic standard, and also other standard related to food safety and also food sustainability as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tawpon Wudikon Vipak from National Bureau of Agriculture and Food Standard, MOAC, Thailand. I'm responsible for Codex Committee for Food Additive and Codex Committee for Fresh Fruit and Vegetable. Thank you. Nice to meet you all again.
A very good morning and namaste to all of you.
and greetings from Nepal. I am Pratima Swastra. I work as a Senior Food Research Officer at Department of Food Technology and Quality Control, which is Food Safety Authority of Nepal under the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. I'm very glad to be part of this forum. Thank you so much for.
Good morning and namaste. I'm Sanjeev Kumarkar, Director General at Department of Food Technology and Quality Control, which is under Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Nepal. I'm a Codex contact point as well. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Maria Victoria Pinion. I am the current co-chair of the Philippine National Codex Organization and chair of the Codex Organization CC Asia, and currently working at the Department of Health, Food and Drug Administration, Center for Food Regulation and Research. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. From Philippines, Chief Science Research Specialist of the Department of Agriculture and currently the chairperson of the National Codex Organization Technical Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Anand Jailal from Ministry of Health, Sri Lanka, Food Safety Department and Codex Contact Point. And it's a pleasure to be with you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pradipa Bandaranaike. I'm a professor in molecular biology and biochemistry. So my specialty is analysis. So we have created a lot of data for Ceylon cinnamon. So we have submitted a proposal, and that's to learn from you. I'm here about more about Codex than supporting the academic community and linking linking these two communities. I think it's a very good experience for me. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Siapek Cheng. I'm from Singapore Food Agency. My work involves policy on food labeling as well as National Codex Office. Happy to meet everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pansri Praksa. I'm from Agricultural Research Development Agency.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pongthai Kukantin. I am the International Relations and Collaboration Officer from the same place as her, which is ARDA, or Agricultural Research Development Agency.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chanin Jarenpong. I'm from Food Science and Technology of Thailand, and I used to work with Thai FDA as a food expert. Thai FDA Food and Drug Administration of Thailand. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Kwantavi Pokathong. I'm a member of FORSTAT and also work for the PMUC Program Management Unit of Competitiveness. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ulisa Pachi Kripapon, Head of Food Science and Nutrition Department from Srinakarin Virod University.
Good morning, Swadika. My name is Kalayani Chantrajit. I'm here as a representative of FERN Thailand, Food Innovation and Regulatory Network. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
Sawadika, good morning. My name is Sirilak Suvanrangsi. I'm a global regulatory and science leader from Group Innovation Thai Union Group, Thailand. Probably our group, my team here are the only private sector group in this forum, and we are delighted and honored to participate. And we hope that the products that you are working on, we are the user, and we are looking forward to regulatory on food innovations and innovation products. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Dongkamon Kunsawan. I'm Regulatory Affairs Manager at the Thai Union Group.
สวัสดีค่ะ Good morning. I am Birat, Regulatory Affairs Specialist from Thai Union. To meet you all.
Morning, everyone. My name is Sigrid Haas-Lauterbach. I'm coming from a biofarm, Germany. I'm one of the vice presidents of a biofarm, and I'm responsible for the food and feed department. We are involved in the G-Force organization since the early beginning on, and therefore it's a great pleasure to be here and to join the meeting together with you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Max Lacorn. I'm also with Biofarm Germany. Besides my role in validation of our test kits, I'm also delegate for the International Association of Cereal Science and Technology at CCMAS and CCNFSDU.
Good morning, everyone. This is Nilesh Nirmal. I'm from Institute of Nutrition, Mahidol University. I'm working as a global talent scientist. My research interest is focusing on food safety and quality control, as well as the waste utilization from different food processing. Today, I'm here to learn more about the regulatory, and I wish to contribute to the FOSTAT and even IU FOST again in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. I'm Sharila from Food Industry Asia. So FIA is an industry association, and we have a Codex observer status. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm YC together with Sharila. We're from the Food Industry Asia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joanna Skinner, joining you from the United States and representing the International Council of Beverages Associations. We've been Codex observers for over 26 years, and I am just delighted to be here to hear from you all and converse with you. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ruba Qsous from Jordan, and I am part of the scientific team of G-Force and IFOST. Honored to be part of this meeting and happy to be back in Thailand. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naira. I'm a food legislation specialist, G-Force IUFOST, and I'm from Egypt. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eli Bouyazbek. I'm from Lebanon, and I'm a food science expert and part of the organizational team. Thank you.
Good morning again, everyone. My name is Amin Hassouf. I'm from Lebanon, and I'm the scientific director of G-Force. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tasni Supata Pan, or you can call me Opo. I will assist you today. Nice to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Gak Dunrom Etakun, and it's my honor to be one part of the small staff at here. And if you want any help, I'm glad to help you. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Pimrada Pumsongtham. You can call me Bang. I'm one of the team of staff. Nice to meet you all.
So I'm aware, okay. I'm aware that there are we have online participation or the online participant, and I think the delegate from India are participating online. Can you hear me? maybe Dr. Aruka or other participants there? Ah, okay, Dr. Aruka, please introduce yourself. Not there. Are there someone? No. Cambodia. Delegate from Cambodia, can you hear me? No. Okay. Dear online participant, if you have some questions or views, please raise your button online. Yeah, and and then we will invite you to express your views. So thank you very much for your participation. So okay, so everyone is okay. Picture now. Okay, so we will move to the photo session. So please move to the front of the room, and we should take photo together. So please move to the front. Please move to the front with your flag. So please move to the front with your country flag. Oh, Korea.
I usually stay that in the back.
Distinguished colleagues, so we may now enjoy our health break, and let's reconvene, if you please, at 11 o'clock.
Right. Or we. And that.
knowledge we share with pride for a world where health is on our side. Collaboration and science as pillars. We aim for rigor. G-Force, together we thrive. Health and safety will always strive. Come to forth, let's make it right. G-Force, for safe food we fight. G-Force, for safe food we fight.
Asia has long been at the heart of Codex. Now it's coming together, stronger, more united, and science-driven. In Bangkok from August 18th to 20th, regulators, experts, and institutions will converge to define a shared future. 3 days of breakthroughs, from Codex committee outcomes to a region-wide strategy for CAC 48 to building agile, risk-based systems that welcome innovation. This isn't just a meeting. It's where Asia's food safety legacy is forged. Join the movement. Build the future. Lead with Codex. The 2025 Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum, Bangkok, August 18th to 20th.
So, good morning, distinguished delegate again. And yes, we will start the Day 2 program, the main part of the program. And before we start, so I think you find the QR code here, and please access this website with your smartphone, and all of document in this forum are available. So, and you can get the slide used yesterday already. So please access this site with your smartphone. Thank you. And before that, okay. So the program is summary of day 1, discussion reviewing Codex committee output and seeking input from stakeholders. And before that, you can see the slide on the screen, the summarizing day 1, and you can see your photo and your photo on the screen. So please proceed. Thank you, colleagues, for IOFOS for drafting, for preparing this amazing video. We enjoyed a lot. And I will start of a review of day one. And first of all, I explain the review of recent Codex committee outcomes. So day one began with the review of CC Exec 88. The CC Exec, so this presented myself, and so I reflected on Codex strategic monitoring and the translation challenges and the discussions on potential merger of CCFFV and CCPFV. And I mentioned no conclusion was reached during the CC Exec 88 discussion regarding the potential merger of CCFFV and CCPFV, and emphasizing that the issue can be raised to CAC 48 or the future session of CAC for further follow-up. And regarding CCGP 34, my colleague Sanka presented this the outcome of CCGP 34, and particular attention was given to update on the Codex rules of procedure, and the importance of continued informal communication among committee chairs regarding the use of reservations. Yes, the next one. And also the colleague from Thailand, Namapon, presented the outcome of CCCF 18 held in Thailand as a co-chair, as a co-hosting with Netherlands. So discussion centered on the importance of coordinated data submission for contamination to ensure Codex maximum levels reflect ASEAN dietary exposure. So country intervention highlighted ongoing data contributions on aflatoxin and ethylene oxide and arsenic. Yeah, and Nepal and Bhutan and Indonesia express their views and questions in the this discussion. And we had also the review for the outcome of CCMAS 44, and the colleague from Bangladesh presented this this outcome. And CCMAS, regarding CCMAS 44, he mentioned the endorsement of a new method of analysis and sampling is important. The issue of dual method for whey powder was revisited, and the allergen list updated. So soy removal sesame addition was also noted. Specific discussion here, and also in this the program, the Thailand and for Hostat and I hosted contributed this the discussion. Okay. So these are the review of recent Codex committee outcomes. And we also had the preparation for upcoming Codex committees. Yes, and we had the review of CCPR 56. The discussion highlighted the need for coordinated regional input into GMPR evaluation and alignment of pesticide registration information across Asia and attention to dual-use compounds. So several members raised questions on dietary exposure models, so IEDI versus GECDE, and showing active technical engagement. Okay. And the CCSCH8, the upcoming Codex meeting, is also presented by the chair of CCSCH. The member recognized the importance of providing region-specific data on major spices, so promoting harmonized standard for quality parameters and ensuring smallholder inclusion. Active participation in e-working groups and data provision to support new work were strongly encouraged. The Araden, and also yesterday we had the chance to hear the Araden labeling guidance, and the delegate discussed their the thresholds for risk assessment. So ED01 by ED05, this is presented by Samuel. And also we also learned the balance between physical labeling and the digital solutions such as QR code. So one of the most notable aspects of day one was highly concentrated and constructive nature of the discussion. So delegates not only reviewed past outcomes, but also engaged deeply in technical and procedural questions, ensuring that the ASEAN region is well prepared for upcoming Codex debate. So the exchanges reflected both regional solidarity and an openness to address complex scientific and regulatory issues together. So these are my the explanation about the outcome of day one. And also, as you know, we had the group discussion about the key issues, the key priorities, possible priorities for ASEAN regions. And we had two groups, and also each group created their idea. So I will invite Kureya for this group work. Thank you.
And okay, good morning, everyone. And this is time to report our hard work yesterday. And I hope you still remain in the same table as yesterday. And as you may remember, we have two groups, and one group, the group one will focus on the outcome and the for the previous or the upcoming committees, and the second one will focus on the work plan or the regional priority for the next 2 years or next period of Codex Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031. So, well, I will call each group we'll call the group one by one, and you can present your output. And first, I will invite the table one to present your group work. Okay, you can come upstairs. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. This is Wang Yidan. It is my pleasure to present the outcomes of the Group 1 discussion. Our group consists of Dr. Tian Jing, Dr. Zhang Jianbo, Ms. Ding Hao, and myself from China, as well as Dr. Aya Nozzawa and Dr. Sanka Roshimartin and Dr. Natiko Alizumi from Japan. Here comes our report. The first one is about CCEXES 88. The executive committee discussion of the Codex Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031, particularly regarding indicators and the monitoring of implementation are highly relevant for South Asia. From the region, clarity on how programs will be rated and how resources will be allocated over the next 6 years is critical, as it determines how effectively countries can align their activities with Codex goals. This is also linked to broader concern about efficiency and sustainability in Codex operations, is including cost-saving mechanisms from South Asia. A well-defined regional work plan for the next 2 years will allow members to prepare coordinated inputs into Codex deliberations. Possible regional actions include developing suggestions to CCEXEC on particular monitoring approaches, sharing experiences on evaluation, max, and aligning CCEC's priorities with the Codex Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031 to ensure the region's voice is reflected in Codex future directions. The next one is about CCGP 34. The 34th session of CCGP emphasizes reviewing the guidance for electronic and physical working groups in the procedural manual, and it is expected its future sessions to have an intensive discussion on clear process for considering new work proposals that do not fall within exist community matters. This issue carries significant implications for South Asia. Since more members from the region are taking leader roles in EWGS and PWGS and need consistent guidance to participate effectively. The executive committee and the commission are also receiving more new work proposals which do not fall within mandate of executive committees, which may require active practice beyond the executive committee and the commission. Moreover, modalities of participation, whether virtual, in-person, or hybrid, will directly affect the level of engagement possible for smaller delegations. For cessation, the priority is to strengthen capacity to navigate this evolving modalities and ensure that proposals emerging from the region are well positioned within Codex overall framework. Possible regional actions include organizing proprietary webinars, capacity building sessions on EWG and the PWG procedures. Basis on the EWG handbook published earlier, and the region may think of undertaking a preliminary screening of any new work proposal against the Codex priorities before submission. The next one is about CCCF 80. CCCF work on data submission, revealing to the maximum levels for lead, and also work on availability is of direct relevance to CCAsia members. Data is the foundation for Codex decision-making, and many CCAsia countries are both major producers and exporters of commodities and the center of the discussion, such as herb and species. The regional leadership role of talent in the work on totals also highlights the importance of strong regional contributors. Without certificate and high quality data from CCAsia, final Codex standards may not reflect the production and consumption realities of the region. Therefore, collective CCAsia actions should focus on improving data quality and ensure timely submission. Coupled with active participation in EWGS capacity building initiatory, particular on contaminate monitoring and data generation will be critical to ensure consistent and reliable regional input. The next one is about CCCF 55. For CCAsia, the completion of the general stand for food additives is a priority, as it serves as the single reference for all food adequate provisions within Codex. Ensure consistency between GSFA and commodity standards is critical to avoid regulatory fragmentation, which can complicate trade and enforcement within or across the region. The mechanisms currently under discussion in CCFA to prevent divergence between GSFA and the commodity specific provisions will shape how CCFA interacts with other Codex committees in the future. For CCAsia, active participation in relevant EWGS is essential both to contribute technical expertise and to ensure regional perspectives are adequately present. Regional coordination can also help identify the specific commodity standards of importance to Asia, so that CCAsia members can prepare joint inputs in advance. The next one is about CC Mass 44. The key issue of performance criteria for methods used in precautionary antigen labeling has major implications for the region, particularly given the increasing consumer and trade demand for reliable antigen management. For food processors and regulated in South Asia, validated and harmonized methods of analysis are essential to ensure both consumer safety and fair trade practice. Since antigen detection and validation require technical expertise and laboratory capacity, South Asia faces challenges in ensure that all members country can meet these standards. Regional actions should therefore prioritize capacity building, including training programs, technical workshops, and possible regional laboratory networks overlaying rules. Active engagement with CCMS and other related contaminants such as CCFL will also ensure that CCAsia members can shape practical and implementable criteria. The next one is about CCPR 56. The agent of CCPR 56 on the periodic review of pesticide has significant implications for South Asia, given the region's reliance on agriculture and the importance of aligning with Codex MRLS. Establishing robust and science-based reviews helps safeguard both consumer health and agricultural trade. For many CCAsia members, the challenge lies in generating and submitting residual data that accurately reflect regional agriculture practice. Without such data, MRLS may not account for Asian production system, potentially creating trade barriers. Possible CCAsia actions include coordinated efforts to collect and submit pesticide residue data and capacity building on recent testing and ensure representation in electronic work groups. Strengthening collaboration with GMPR and harmonizing data submission across member countries would enhance the region's visibility and influence in CCPR deliberations. The next one is CCSH8. Coming up work in CCSH on group standards and country of harvest. Labeling has drawn relevance to South Asia, given the region's role as a leading producer and exporter of spices and herbs. However, these discussions are complex and closely linked to other committees, particularly CCFL. Without consensus, commodity standards risk being delayed over fragment, which could negatively affect regional trade. For South Asia, it is essential to engage actively in the relevant working groups, both to defend regional trade interests and so contribute technical expertise, coordination among producer countries with CCAsia would help consolidate positions and promote standards that reflect the realities of species and protection in Asia. The last one is crossing-cutting issues. Several issues span across multiple Codex community and require coordinated regional strategies. PAL is under consideration in both CCMS and CCFL, and CCAsia must ensure its perspectives are consistently reflected across committees. Similarly, the mechanism to avoid divergence of provisions, particularly between GSFA and regional standards, is related to CCF and other committees. Finally, with the adjustment of CCPFV, there is an opportunity for CCAsia to propose alternative approaches to ensure that the work on fruits and vegetables continues to reflect regional needs. For example, merge CCFFV and CCPFV over to allow CCFFV to consider new work proposals also on processed fruits and vegetables. Collective regional actions could include capacity building, enhanced communication across committees, and coordinated proposals from CCAsia members. By prioritizing these crossing-cutting issues, CCAsia can ensure its concerns are effectively addressed and the future sessions of the Commission and its subsidiary bodies. To wrap up, our group's discussion brought out the key priority issues from different recent Codex committees that matter most for CCAsia. We look at why these topics are important for the region and shared ideas on how we can work together to address them, whether through data sharing, stronger participation in work groups, or better coordination across countries. Their points give us a good starting place to prepare for CAC 48 and the future Codex work. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone in the group for your active participation and valuable contributions, which made our discussion both productive and forward-looking. Thank you for your listening. Thank you.
I would like to thank Group 1 for their very productive outcome. I think I just captured several key words in our yesterday's introduction and discussion, like PAL and also the data submission, periodic review. So many of that. I would like to, I need to take notes and just to feedback, just to reflect in our summary. One logistic information from our organizer that our launch today will shorten from 1.5 hours to 1 hour. That means we have 30 minutes left before our lunch. So our lunch will start at 12 o'clock. And so may I invite group table 2 from who is also dealing with the group 1 questionnaire. Yeah, please come.
Hello everyone. I'm from table 2 and our group consists of Mrs. Feng Sai, Mrs. Emilia, Mrs. Norlida, Mrs. Latifa, and Mrs. Chan Samone, and also me, Nuri. And I'd like to share with you what we were discussed about the review of the Codex Committee output and future agendas. And I'd like to start with a brief disclaimer because our member of the group didn't attend the committee session, so we tried our best to identify which issues that are relevant to CC Asia member. And the first one is for the executive committee. We focus on the upcoming Codex strategic plan for 2026 and 2031. One of the outcomes said that it mentioned that globally representative data, and it have a major implication for our region because historically CC Asia member countries have often lack the capacity to conduct the necessary risk assessment to submit this kind of reliable data. Therefore, our proposed action is to prioritize capacity building, specifically related to preparing, formatting, and submitting scientific data to GEMS Food. And for the Committee on General Principle, we identify the agenda item on review of the procedures in Section 3, guideline for subsidiary bodies, especially the discussion related to the recognition of virtual tools as an increasingly important in Codex work. For our region, the virtual meeting has been a significant benefit as it has increased the inclusiveness and also participation of CC Asia member countries. And our proposed action is that it is important for CC Asia to form a common position on the necessity of virtual meetings, especially after the discussion paper prepared by Uruguay and several member countries is available. And the next one is the Codex Committee in Contaminant in Foods. We think that the review of maximum level for contaminant in cereal-based food for infant and young children is a high priority for us. And this is critically important for us because cereal product, especially rice, are staple food in CC Asia. This make it essential that we provide representative data from our region. Consequently, we propose that CC Asia works to strengthen capacity and strengthen regional data collection system. And then for the Codex Committee on Food Additive, actually this is not discussed in the last CCFM meeting, but we highlight issue about the timelines of updating the GSFA database after each CAC meeting. For our region, a timely and updated GSFA is essential for both food and industries and also for the competent authorities to facilitate international trade. Our suggested action is to formally highlight this issue at the next CCFA meeting. And then for the CCMAS, we identified the methods of analysis for precautionary allergen labeling as a priority. The regional implication is a need for a validated reference method due to the current lack of harmonized method of allergen detection. And we propose a capacity building workshop focused on these methods. And looking at the planned agenda for the CCPR, we think that the coordination of work on compounds for dual use with Fed Drug Committee is a key point. It is essential for Codex to have single MRL for this compound in edible animal tissues to avoid confusion. We recommend that CC Asia member actively participated in the related working group. And finally, from the Codex Committee on Spices and Culinary Herbs, the planned discussion on country of harvest labeling is important. This has direct trade implication for certain spices from our region, and our group suggests that CC Asia should establish, if necessary, a common position that emphasizes that we need to aligning with the current mandatory labeling requirement that has stipulated in general standard for the labeling of prepackaged foods. And for the last one about the cross-cutting issues, we identified issue about data gaps. This is the fundamental problem. Often because the data used by Codex is often not the representative of ASEAN region, and this connects back to several Codex Committee specific point, and the proposed action are to again focus on the capacity building for data collection and also to establish better mechanism for maybe data sharing and data collection in our region. Thank you for your kind attention.
I will not take time to going up and down. Thank you very much for table 2 for your great outcome. And it's, wow, I took a lot of notes and you highlight several times for the capacity building and the mechanisms, and also to build up kind of a common position for the CCAsia region. I think this is very critical and also very practical. That can be the first step or a kind of a very critical step that we can move forward. So may I invite group table 3 to introduce your discussion outcome? And also I would like to correct my round information I just said, because the lunch will start at 1 p.m. But still we have 30 minutes of reporting our outcomes for this session. And group table 3, please.
Thank you again. I represent Brunei, Bangladesh, and Bhutan. And our task is to review the priorities for implementation of CC Asia of Codex Strategic Plan 2631. So we have 6 questions to be answered, and we have discussed. And on the question 1, on the strengthening among the 4 strategic goals, which are the most relevant to your country's needs. So this, we have 4 goals, and in our group we discussed, and that the goal 1, responding to members' needs, which is a science-based standards, is the most relevant, because I think most of us on the table thought that as a beginner, we and also not much of expertise. So this goal 1 is very important to what the group felt. And on the group, on the question 2, are there regional data gaps? Definitely, as you said. We have lack of reliable and authentic data generation capacity. And we also lack data bank and also a data sharing platform. This may help address the lack of data gaps. Some examples of the data gaps are lack of comprehensive microbiological and chemical limit that are allowed in food, and lack of robust surveillance program in most of the countries, and no proper data management system, including the traceability methods and sharing. On question 3, what are the specific activities should CC Asia undertake 25-27? And there are a couple of examples, and we discussed and agreed that training capacity building on Codex risk analysis is one of the priority, including the workshops on Codex risk analysis principles, and structured engagement with observers and stakeholders, including the development of regional position papers. On question 4, what mechanisms of coordination would help? So we need to have collaborative data sharing platform for CC Asia members, recognize regional laboratory for testing services, workshops on socialization of Codex work will be beneficial to implement the strategic plans, and collaboration with FAO, WHO regional offices and regional organizations like ASEAN, SAARC, etc. for technical and financial support. So on question 5, what factors are critical to ensure the CC Asia-led activities? So of course, it is financial and logistical support, technical expertise and training workshop, initiative to exchange experiences between the Asian countries. And we have also discussed on the, we are not sure whether we have some kind of Asia Codex Trust Fund. Of course, this will require political support. So we are also proposing to have establish Asia Codex Trust Fund and follow up and monitor on the progress on a regular basis, and introducing clear regional interest to Codex Commission. And last question on how we can ensure the outcomes from Asia, CC Asia discussion. So we discussed, and the important points are like streaming outcomes of CC Asia discussion into national plans and programs, including legislations, and effective national Codex program with a clear action plan, and regional peer learning through knowledge exchange among CC Asia members through workshops, study tours, and data sharing platforms again, and strengthen stakeholder engagement and dialogue on regular basis. So these are the 6 questions that you have discussed, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Group 3. I hear again, data and data gaps, capacity buildings, and data sharing, data management. And I think that is a key word for CC Asia region. And also I hear some kind of gaps in the maybe political support or the founding financial support. I think that is a, well, maybe an idea that the CC Asia countries and all the stakeholders, we can work together to solve this problem and to move forward. So move on to table 4. Sorry, I don't remember where's table. Okay, table 4, please.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone again. Okay, so group number 4 is M&Ms, which is Nepal, Myanmar, Maldives, and Mongolia. Okay, so on the question number 1, so among the 4 strategic goals of Codex, our group identified goal 2, enhancing Codex work management systems and practices, and also goal number 4, increasing visibility and use of Codex standard as the most critical for CC Asia. So strengthening Codex work management systems will allow members to engage more effectively in technical discussions, while increasing the visibility and use of Codex standards will ensure that outcomes are applied in practice. Also, Myanmar emphasized goal number 3, which focuses on building stronger relationships with international organizations. So yeah, we have different opinions. Regarding the question on number 2, we also have same opinion as table number 2, which is the data sharing platform, which will conduct a baseline and also conducting baseline surveys on food safety hazards and mobilize resources for laboratory strengthening. So establishing a regional data sharing platform, conducting baseline surveys on food safety hazards, and mobilizing resources for laboratory strengthening are vital for ensuring that CC Asia members generate harmonized, science-based evidence to support Codex decision-making and improve national regulatory systems. So question 3, the specific activities should CCAsia undertake is we suggest that CCAsia undertake regional baseline surveys focusing on priority foods such as rice, fish, dairy, or spices. Capacity building should be strengthened through regional training workshops on risk analysis, including hazard identification and exposure assessment. At the same time, the region should work together to develop common positions and technical papers on the issues of sharing concern. Finally, we believe it is important to build structured engagement with stakeholders, including high-level stakeholders, academia, and technical expertise. Question number 4 was we believe that to improve collaboration, our group recommends creating, again, the regional data platform that allows countries to share experience and information. Technical expert groups could also be established to provide technical advice and peer review. In addition, we value work sharing arrangements. Where sub-regional clusters devise specific tasks to avoid duplication and ensure that all members contribute according to your strengths. At the 5th one, the success of member countries of CCAsia activities depends first and foremost on a political support at the national level, particularly in ensuring adequate funding for Codex participation. Countries should also use their legal policy frameworks to underline the importance of Codex in food safety and trade. So, and the last, to ensure that CCAsia outcomes are translated into practical regulatory improvements, we recommend strengthening peer learning, mentorship between experienced and less experienced countries by establishing link between countries. The region should also benefit developing adaptable toolkits and model regulations that align with Codex standards. Sub-regional workshop held after CCAsia meeting would help countries convert regional outcomes into national action plans. Repository of case studies and progress updates should also be maintained to share lessons learned. Finally, regular engagement with industry, academia, and consumers is essential to ensure that Codex outcomes are widely understood and effectively applied at national level. So, thank you.
Thank you. Table 4, I think the line in her report is really clear that first of all, the laboratory capacities that can generate good data, and then with good data, we can submit data in time to our parent organization, so that we can have a better representativeness of the regional member countries to benefit our region in the standard setting system, and also the data sharing platforms and peer reviews, and all these are also highlighted in her report. And the things that we can move forward is that to build up those forward or to develop those toolkits, and we also rely on the collaborative engagement and collaborations from all stakeholders. And let's welcome group table 5 for that is maybe the final report of our group discussion.
Good morning again. While table 4 has M&M, we have SPS in our table. We have Sri Lanka, Philippines, and Singapore in table 5. We had lengthy discussion about the first questions. What are the most important strategic goals to our table? We think that it's goal 1, responding to members' need to develop science-based standards, because we discussed that science is the basic principle for Codex standards. So this would be the most important strategic goals to our region. And on question 2, are there regional data gap? We all agree that yes, for our region, there is lack of data as well as lack of capacity in
countries. So not every countries have all the expertise that require to participate in all the Codex discussion. So Asian as a whole, we think that we can share resources and expertise. For example, one of the model that we discussed is the ASEAN Risk Assessment Center, where the data from ASEAN countries were put together and the experts were invited to come together to do the risk assessment and develop report to be shared among the countries. So such model can be implemented in a broader level in Asian countries, so that countries who do not have a data can benefit from data from other countries, or countries that do not have expertise in certain areas can also benefit from other members, because every country will have their own strength, and also there are some gaps to address. Yeah, and we also discussed that members with expertise can step up to lead other Asian members. For example, the Philippines has strong expertise in fisheries. They can step up to lead us in this area. And Sri Lanka is strong in herbs. You know, we have an expert on cardamom sitting on our table. So Sri Lanka can step up to lead us in areas related to herbs and spices. Whereas for Singapore, maybe we can also help everyone to advance the work on cell-based food. Yeah. So on the specific activities that CC Asia should undertake to support the implementation of strategic plan, we feel that in view of the gaps and the in data and expertise that we have, we can come together to develop regional positions and paper. This includes sharing of data and methodologies and expertise, like what I elaborated just now. And for countries who do not have any maybe data or expertise or any interest in certain area, maybe these countries can consider supporting countries with certain data and certain position if it doesn't contradict your country positions. So as a whole, Asian country will have a stronger voice. I'm sure many of us see how the Latin American countries and the African countries come very strong when they have certain positions. So we Asian countries can also do so, but of course on the basis that if it doesn't contradict your country positions. So for certain agenda that every country have their own position, then it's understandable that we may not be able to achieve one voice. But for those that do not, have not very contentious, we can do so. For example, let's say Thailand is very strong with agriculture, and they have certain position for certain fruit and vegetables. For Singapore, we do not have much position on that. So as a whole, as part of Asian country, we should come together to support Thailand's position. And the support is not just don't object, is voicing out during the Codex meeting so that, Thailand can progress their position in the discussion. So that's just one of the example we thought of. And what are the mechanisms for coordination? We feel that there should be some platform for sharing of data, position, expertise, and so on. And we discussed that maybe regional coordinator can serve as a contact point for members to come together to share this. And this sharing of information should take place way before the meetings. Because sometimes, I think, not sometimes, all the time we have a huddle or a side meeting before the Codex committee meeting, but it can be too late because the country's position has already been formulated. So if certain country have, some position, strong position, or some will to step up to take the lead in certain thing, maybe they can engage other members way before that. That gives members more time to take back the position and the data, or, for national consultation, and then formulate the position together before the meeting. Yeah. I hope that, I think that is giving regional coordinator more works. We hope that as countries step up, the regional coordinator don't step out. And the fifth question is, what are the factors that are critical to ensure success of CC Asia-led activities? We feel that actually in our region, there are a lot of expertise, but being Asian, we are quite reserved. We do not speak up. So we think that regional leadership is very important. Whoever that has the expertise can step up to provide leadership to this region so that we can collectively advance our position in Codex platform. And how can we ensure that the outcome from CC Asia discussion are translated? We feel that all of us know how much effort we put in to develop Codex standards. It's important for us to bring it back to get political buy-in from bosses so that they are more will to align with Codex standards and place importance on Codex standards. And then whatever we discuss will be fruitful and be adopted by members. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Table 5. I think that really kind of critical thinking and creative thinking. And well, I really like the idea proposed by Table 5. I can name some of them. First of all, the case mentioned in her reports that the ASEAN joint efforts on sharing the expertise and maybe the data, and maybe in the CCH in our region, we can also follow this approach to be more collaborative, and also I think well, to be a more united region for CCH, and this is not the only kind of responsibility for the coordinator. And I think Beijing is just right that the country with some specific interest or the expertise, you can just stand up and take the leading role of some specific work. And the stronger one voice of CCH in the Codex committees, the commissions are very important because, as just we heard in the reports, the CC-LAC and the CC Africa, and also the European that region, most of those regions are really united and really have a stronger voice in the Codex community. And also, the answer to the last question is also important because using the Codex standards are very important for us, and that is why we are making Codex, and that's why we are sitting here together. And since we have heard the 5 reports of our 5 tables, I would like to see whether there's any comments or input from our listeners, participants, also from the stakeholders at the back of our meeting room. I think your inputs and comments are very important. And we would like to hear your views. I think we have, maybe we can hear 1 or 2 pieces of comments or input. If there's any, please raise your hand. Okay, if no, I think we can move forward to the next agenda item. And also, I would like to highlight.
Thank you very much for these engaging discussions. And I guess actually the next part of the program is probably building on some of the comments that have been made. And as indicated by the chair of CC Asia, today's discussions will be devoted to exploring collaborative efforts in relation with food innovation, novel foods, novel ingredients, novel processes, and how potentially the region can take a leadership role in shaping a Codex agenda in this particular area. In order to support us in the discussion, and for those of you who have access to the website, I hope you do, because a lot of the resources are available there. We have developed a short discussion document. It's a discussion paper that aims really to summarize the ideas. And in fact, my role as part of starting this conversation is really to provide you with a short presentation that summarizes the paper, and hopefully will open the way to some collective discussions, some input from you right away collectively, but then also we will be doing some group discussions. This will be informed by some experiences from the region. Again, as our chair indicated at the beginning of the program, we will hear from two jurisdictions, from Thailand and from Singapore, hearing the experience of the Food Innovation Regulations Network. And we will hear also the experience of Singapore in managing innovation and fostering a modernized regulatory framework. So I have a short presentation that has been posted as well. And again, an attempt to summarize some of the discussions and some of the points. First of all, starting with the imperatives of food innovation. I guess innovating is no longer, just going to try to see if it works again. Me and the clicker, we have a history. By the way, for those who know, I always have a problem with a clicker at every presentation I do. So when it works, generally it's a miracle. So we'll see today, you know, if I'm okay, if I'm reconciled with the clicker. So first of all, innovating in food production, whether be it by identifying new sources, new ingredients, new processes, is not a choice. It is an imperative because of a number of drivers of change, primarily the fact that we have to feed more people with limited resources. Earth's resources are not actually increasing, they are decreasing. We have a number of challenges related to mostly the agriculture sector. We have more scarcity of arable land, we have scarcity of water, we have climate change, and on the other hand, we have increased population. So we are looking at diversifying our sources of food. We are also looking at ensuring the nutritional quality to meet the demand, the nutritional demand of consumers. We're looking also at production of food in a more sustainable fashion. And we are also looking at satisfying consumers' interest. Consumers' interest, whether be it from a value proposition standpoint, ethical, environmental, but also health-related consumers' interest. When we speak about novelty or innovation in food, there are a number of concepts or meanings that we are speaking about. First of all, novel ingredients. What do we mean by a novel ingredient? Generally, it's an ingredient that hasn't had a safe history of use in a given jurisdiction. So that can be sometimes geographically related. So things may have been used or consumed in some other parts of the world, but not consumed in others. Although nowadays we are actually limiting this diversity or this diversification because food travel more than they used to previously. But it's really related to a history of safe use, whether be it for the ingredient itself or for part of the ingredient or a formulation of the ingredient that has been manipulated in a way. So for example, you extract some compounds or some elements of a food and you concentrate it. So even though it's coming from a source that we know, the new ingredient, that extract, so for example, a phytosterol extract, that's coming from plants, but it's not something that we used to consume in that form. So the form under which the ingredient presents itself can also introduce a novelty. We have also new production systems. So, and perhaps actually for our region, for Asia, what we are seeing in terms of investment is cellular agriculture, all the cell-based developments, all the precision fermentation developments. And this is, by the way, tackling not only food of animal origin, but also plant-based food as well. Now, there are other aspects to innovation related to novel processes and technologies. So basically, I'm applying a process to food that may alter its physicochemical properties. Again, this is not new. Food irradiation is actually, or used to be, a novel process until it ceased to be so, even though we invented that in the 1960s. High pressure processing is another way. I mean, subjecting a food to 5 bars of pressure for a few seconds in order to inactivate some bacteria, that's not something that we actually do commonly in food production. So it can be considered as a novel process. And also, in the novelty, it may be actually the attribute of a food. So for example, we studied a food composition and a food impact on health, and we identified that that food or that ingredient has a functionality that we didn't know about before. So leading potentially to a claim, to a health claim. So the innovation can be about the discovery of functionalities that we did not know as much about. It can be for the food itself, or it can be for the novel part of the food. So for example, the new representation of the food. So these are all aspects that can define novelty or innovation in food. Now, when, of course, these products, these processes come and are confronted with the community that you represent, primarily the community of regulators, there are some challenges that emerge. The challenges are related to how can you allow access to market to these products in a manner that satisfy the objective, the consumer demand, all these objectives that we mentioned about, addressing sustainability issues and so on, but at the same time, ensuring that the consumer is protected. So one of the key challenges that we are faced with is the safety assessment challenges, particularly when you have limited history of consumption. And again, considering the fact that we are applying science-driven decision-making processes, particularly anchored in risk analysis, one of the challenges that we face is, do we have the appropriate data? Do we have the appropriate methodologies, including the risk assessment methodologies that will support us to make these decisions? And of course, one of the other challenges is that most of these discoveries are not meant or aimed for one single jurisdiction. They are meant to cross borders. So again, how can we unify, harmonize our definitions, our understanding in such a way that the decisions that we render are not limited to one single jurisdiction? So again, a core challenge here lies in the absence of some consumption information, the absence of data that may document the toxicity, the allergenicity, any type of nutritional equivalence, but also making sure that any type of decision-making process is done in accordance with the principles and the values that have been adopted, particularly by the Codex community, the values of transparency, the values of reliance on sound science, the values also of independence. Now, the absence of a clear framework and a clear process or access to market will represent a hinder to innovation and to investment. So essentially, if we do not have a clearly established mechanism understood by innovators, as you know, the main impediment for investment is uncertainty. When you do not know how you can have your product access the market, investors will not invest in the development of these applications. Now, of course, what could help all that is global alignment. So essentially, what innovators need, the solution is to have predictable, transparent, science-based regulatory regimes that will be enablers to innovation, to investment, that will also create a fair environment for the trade of these products, but also that will primarily, because that's the number one objective, that will protect consumers. Now, these frameworks must be anchored in science and must be able to integrate the scientific evidence, including newly generated scientific evidence, and also must integrate the international experience that is gathered. And that's where we need Codex. We need Codex and this is actually one of the main questions that we're going to ask you to support answering, how can Codex do better, do more in order to address these needs to support and promote investment in food innovation? Now, in the document that I shared with you, and this hopefully will complement the discussion and the experience that we're going to hear from our colleagues from Thailand and Singapore, I've extracted here some elements of international frameworks related to innovation. And you'll see that around the world, we've been discussing managing or regulating novel foods, novel processes. We've been doing that for at least 2 to 3 decades. This is not something new. We've been confronted with that. Now, the difference is what? The difference is that we're having an acceleration of innovation. We have technology, as you know, is moving really fast, and we are seeing emergence of new products and new processes that demand answers. Now, if we look at, and this is a summary that we tried, and we took 3 jurisdictions. Frankly, we could have done far more. Australia and New Zealand would be another framework, other Asian countries. But again, we're going to hear from our colleagues in Singapore and Thailand and offer us, more the regional perspective here. If I look, for example, at some of the key elements to watch for or to characterize a regulatory framework related to innovation, one of the first elements that we try to look is there even something that is dedicated to novel foods? And you see that, for example, in Europe and in Canada, we do have one. We have actually a novel food regulations in the European Union and in Canada. Australia and New Zealand, the same thing. In the United States, we do not have such thing explicitly in the US FDA regulated products. You have some innovation related novel crops under the USDA regulatory mechanisms, but specifically under the US FDA regulated products, there is no such thing as a definition of a novel food. So what does this mean? It means that for the jurisdictions that have a definition or have a dedicated framework, products, processes need to fit under that framework and will be regulated in accordance to that framework. In those other jurisdictions that do not have such framework, basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to fit these innovations under existing frameworks. So for example, how do you think in the United States, the decision was made to regulate genetically modified salmon? How do you think that was done? Briefly, existing mechanisms. Basically, the idea was to say that the genetic modification that was made created a change in the way the animal grows. And basically, it's as if I have applied a veterinary application. So it is actually regulated under the veterinary medicine approach. So you see, it's basically trying to fit an existing framework to the innovation that is before us. In Europe and in Canada, in Australia and New Zealand, that would really is done under the framework. That being said, all frameworks are not equivalent. You will find frameworks that tend to be process-driven. So essentially, what I'm trying to regulate is the process itself. In other frameworks, they are more outcome-based. So essentially, it's the product, it's the change that I am regulating. I'm going to give you an example. And again, here I'm really leveraging my former experience as a Canadian food regulator. So in Canada, if you have a crop that induces, that is presenting novel features, even if it comes from regular breeding techniques, that can be considered as a novel food because you don't have a safe history of consumption, even though you used existing technology. So it's not a new technology, but this has resulted in a change in the product that actually have an impact on its history of safe use. So here I'm doing an outcome-based decision-making as opposed to process-based decision-making. So you see, this is kind of the difference. And also you can qualify frameworks on whether they are hazard-based or risk-based. When you are regulating on an outcome basis, you are more risk-based. When you are regulating primarily on a process-based, you are more regulating on a hazard basis. So essentially here, if I look at the frameworks and I'm trying to qualify them, the three frameworks allow access to market. It's just that the two first would be more predictable than the last. Why? They are more predictable because there is a dedicated framework. The second element is if I compare between the Canadian and the EU, and this is my own opinion, by the way, so this is my own opinion on the basis of the study of the framework. The Canadian framework would be considered more moderate in terms of the acceptance of change because it is more outcome driven. The EU framework is more cautious. It tends to be driven by the process itself. So those are some of the elements that actually you may consider to look at when you are assessing these frameworks. And potentially, again, as you know, none of these frameworks are meant to be static. They are meant to be learned from, and potentially they are meant to evolve. And that's what many jurisdictions, for example, including in the European Union, there was a review of the novel food processes, and there was a modernization of the regulatory framework that is associated with that. Now, let us turn to Codex, and you'll hear more about Asia later on, but turning to Codex. More recently, at least in 3 commissions, so Commission 44, 45, and 46, there was a discussion of novel food sources and processes. And what the discussion actually went through, basically, there was the consideration of a number of new applications, whether be it edible insects, algae-based food products, cell-based products, precision fermentation, food derived from 3D printing. There was a recognition that we didn't have common definitions. There was a recognition that there was regulatory heterogeneity. And there was also a recognition that this may result in some trade barriers. But the conclusion that was reached by Codex at the 46th session of the Codex Alimentarius Commission was that I would say it's more a balanced position that is pragmatic, but it's kind of more, let's wait and see. So let's wait and see in what sense? Basically, we say that we do have already Codex processes that could be fit to address some emerging technologies or emerging food products. And basically, let us not add new structures right away to consider these applications, and let us be open to see how these applications, when they are proposed, how do they fit within the current context. And I guess this is what is being experimented or experienced right now through new proposals that are made by members. including some of the investments that have taken place, particularly in the safety assessment. So the support that has happened in order to drive some expert consultations related to cellular meat production or cellular agriculture are actually going in that direction. So preparing the foundation of decision-making primarily through some of the risk assessment approaches and the safety assessment methodologies. Now, of course, all this, I would say, offer us opportunities for collaboration. What we are looking at is, while Codex really did not make a drastic decision, but really declared an openness for innovation, for novel food products, for novel food processes, this is really the opportunity for members within their own jurisdictions, but also at the regional level, to look at opportunities of collaboration. Where do the opportunities of collaboration lie? Primarily, if we begin with the underpinning of the decision-making process, the underpinning is the scientific assessment. So there are opportunities there to look at developing common approaches for safety assessment for categories of products. So we need to identify some prioritization, for example, and for these priority segments of innovation, there might be an interest to develop common frameworks for safety assessment. There is the potential as well in a given region or in a given number of countries to even think about the approach to regulate novel foods. So, and here I'm maybe at the risk of influencing some of the discussions, but you see I'm declaring here the possibility that I may be influencing some of the discussion points. There might be an interest to consider defining what should a novel food regulatory framework look like if a country wants to embark on that. So for example, if I'm a country who wants to develop a novel food regulation, where do I start? How do I do it? What is the guidance that I should follow? Without telling me what to decide at the end, but just give the general guidance for a framework of how to regulate these products. And there may be also an opportunity for work sharing, including the opportunities of mutual recognition. Does it make sense that if a novel food or a novel process was assessed using the same principles in one jurisdiction, that we are spending the same amount of regulatory resources in another jurisdiction if it is following the same principles and if the information is fully transparent? So are there ways where we can make the economy of that? Can we do that in a more collaborative fashion? And here again, I'm sharing with you my own experience as a former Canadian regulator. It's always easier said than done, believe me. And it took us between Canada and Australia at least 3 to 4 years to actually agree on some commonality of safety assessment in relation, for example, of food derived from biotechnology. And this is, again, while we are driving all that from the Codex guidance itself. But starting the conversation may be a very good starting point. Now, the leadership of CC Asia or the relevance of CC Asia. This continent, while as was mentioned in many presentations at the beginning of the day, is the continent where we have the highest number of inhabitants. Basically, most of the planet lives here in Asia. But you enjoy something else. Most of the innovation is happening here too. When you look at the investment in food innovation, this is where it is happening. So you have, in fact, both the demand and the response to the demand. So basically, I guess you have no choice but to lead in this particular area. So you have a tremendous potential for leadership. And because many countries are investing in these particular areas, and many countries also are regulating these new products and new processes, there is a tremendous opportunities of collaboration and work sharing. Now, What could be the considerations? And this will be driving, hopefully, your discussions later on. As I mentioned, if I take the example of what is done in Codex, I think dreaming of a system in Codex that is equivalent to food additives may be overambitious, meaning that every single innovation will be essentially governed by a Codex standard. That's probably too onerous at the international level. So let's think about what can lead to that, even though that's maybe what we want to aspire towards. Is there a possibility already even to agree on a common framework for novel food regulations? As I mentioned, again, using the example, where did this happen? In Africa, for example, they agreed at CC Africa level, as part of their modernization of the food control systems in the continent, they agreed to develop guidelines on how food laws should be written. If I take that example and I translate it to our issue here, this could lead to an agreement to develop guidelines on how we write novel food regulations. So it's just a guideline. It's not meant to be imposing, but at the same time, it can offer a framework that some regulators can actually start from. So this could be first element. A second element really is related to the investment in safety assessment and in scientific assessments. This also is a multi-stakeholder opportunity. There are collaborations that could be developed, joining forces between the product developers, so the technology innovators, as well as the academic sector, as well as the regulators. Re-examining the safety assessment methodologies, looking at the potential integration for a new approach methodologies like NAMs, looking at potentially for certain categories of products to agree on safety assessment requirements. And then you have, of course, the potential creation of platforms of assessment outputs. Basically, again, the idea is that if a product is assessed in Singapore in accordance to agreed upon terms, why should it be waiting so much to be accepted in Myanmar or in Thailand or in another jurisdiction, and vice versa? If there is an agreement and if there is potentially a platform to share these outputs. These are just by a few ideas, but a few ideas to consider. And again, with the acknowledgement that, again, a lot of this can be easier said than done. So I'm actually also realistic. As much as I can be a dreamer of modernizing food regulatory frameworks, I tend to have also my feet on the ground, knowing that sometimes, even one step forward is just one step that is important towards the creation or finding solutions for regulatory accessibility of new products and new ingredients. Now, I hope this will inform your discussions. And with that, I think we are ready to hear from the experience of other countries and looking at how we can leverage this experience such that the continent can really benefit from the level of investment in new food products and in new food processes. Thank you very much again for the opportunity. So I think actually with this, we're ready to move with the permission of Madam Chair. I think we're moving to the second presentation, really now starting with sharing experiences. And Dr. Pavinee Shinashwati, who has been one of the leading figures in the founding and management of the Food Innovation Regulations Network in Thailand, will be sharing with us the Thai experience in this regard. Thank you very much, Pavinee.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you very much. I think I'm the first to say that I enjoyed this past presentation a great deal because I think we do share some similar experience. What I'd like to share with you today is this is the first time I ever talk about fern itself. So all of this is brand new presentation. I'm not sure we can call it the best practice, but I think it's a try and error kind of thing, but we just so lucky that we got so far in the mission. Now, what Fern is happened has happened was about almost 10 years ago. Maybe something was brewing in the air, so to speak, that we needed to work on understanding what new product innovation can actually make it to the marketplace, particularly functional food and health claim. There's no question about nutrition, because nutrition is really, really well-researched topic area. When you make nutrient function claims, or you make positive list on functional effect of nutrients, everybody understand what vitamin A, B, C, D, all the alphabet, what they can do in our body. That's already established. But when it comes to bioactive compounds that are not nutrients, those are new. Those are new research. Those are new effects that we just find out. Those are something so-called antioxidants, something called anti-inflammatory effect, something called reduce risk reduction on something, then it becomes all quite new. And regulation in Thailand took quite some time to develop. Only the past year that FDA announced the new provision on functional food provision. And before that, it was all something that's not very well understood. So if I may start with the fact that innovation has a lot to do with marketplace, opportunities, and risk. So if you look at the risk on the bottom side here and the market opportunities, you can see that you always want the top right quadrant, low risk, high growth, but rarely anybody can make it there. Most of us in Asia are in the top left, which is high risk, high growth. In a way, what functional food is in terms of health claim is high risk, high value. So we have to know first where we are, okay? So in countries where very advanced, you can see is on the bottom right. They already make out their technologies and regulatory advancement so that they lower their risk, okay? And maybe in the cost of some competition has not been so aggressive, the value sort of come down. But as you might have known already, I already mentioned, the functional ingredient market is quite high. It's 1.8 billion US dollars and it's growing. Thailand import most of functional ingredients and we don't make our own. So we lose quite a lot of profit in doing so. Even though we are rich in bioactive materials, this is a big gap what a country like Asia should be doing. At first, we start embarking on functional food, but we think we have to have strong functional ingredient production first. With functional ingredient market, 50% or more than 50% is in Asia, as I already mentioned, and the growth rate is pretty good. And another number is already mentioned that more than 50% of the world population live here in Asia. This is really where the enormous opportunity lies. But if you look closely, functional food is in the high-end market. It's actually sold in expensive and high-end sector. So only the rich people actually can afford it. Something is missing here. What happened to the middle income and the lower income populations? They're relying on traditional herbs and spices and a number of food, traditional food. And I'm sorry to say that a lot number of illegal products, for example, some product like herbs that contain steroids, some product that contain a non-regulated or tainted material are still in lower level of economy. So the point I'm making is that now we are into Asia with innovation, with knowledge, with regulatory possibility. We should do better. We should turn those low value products into cleaner, safe, and available to people at all levels in the society. And this is really a great opportunity because 50% of the world population, a lot of them are not rich. They are middle and lower income. Now, looking at the timeline of development of health claims regulations, there are a lot of, you can see US EFSA FOSHU Codex developed quite a long time. And then when it comes to the Asian side, it takes quite some time. In Thailand, just last year. So following pretty much Codex classification of health claim and nutrition claim, everybody's probably should know that this is a lot of countries were following these categories. But what we are talking about, there are a number of different function claims, and I won't go into the great details. But what Fern has been doing most about is the most difficult thing in the creating new innovation is other function claims. Even the disease risk reduction claim in Thailand, there's a provision, but hardly anybody can develop the dossier to apply for it just yet. So other function claim seems to be quite popular. For commercial R&D system, if you are in companies with innovation, a lot of things that are very important to have within the company is really good understanding on the basic side of R&D, which is TRL, which is technology readiness level. Technology readiness level 1 to 4 is really basic study when you can actually faculty member publish in journals. Those are TRL 1 to 4. But also they're going to rely on applied side of technology, which are TRL 5 to 7, meaning including health claim kind of research that need to be happening, including clinical trials. And then commercialization is the endpoint, almost getting out to the marketplace, is TRL 8 and 9. So a company actually, when they are more advanced, they have to have elements in all of this in order to make innovation work in the marketplace. Now, this is a little busy chart, but I want you to focus on the red. This is what we've drawn for our concept, that what Thailand was before was the red line. Number of R&D outputs rarely in the higher TRL, meaning that they are coming down. When they do a lot of fundamental research, but not advanced research. So the number of research study in the high TRL is quite low. While high value product we expect to be out, actually go up and then down because there's not enough high TRL research. This is what happened to Thailand about 10 years ago. And what we hope to do was actually we need to raise to the green level. Raise to the green level, meaning that increase R&D investment so that we do more of TRL 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And this right here, when we call this belly, is the valley of death. Valley of death in a company means that you spend so much time on research, but it never get to a high level, and then you run out of money, then collapse. So we don't want that to happen. So with the new R&D expenditure, more clever way of doing things in order to get the innovation out in the marketplace, you can actually make the curve going up. Now, with the value chain of making products in a functional area, it's a very long road. It's a road that coming from the upstream and all the way to downstream. But you don't have to have all in one company. You can sector these different levels. But what you can see here from the right-hand side, where the upstream production, such as planting material, agriculture, biotechnology, meat-based, cell-based meat, and so on, then one can require research value chain in order to create the understanding of what it can do to our health and body. Then to develop clinical trials and hopefully have enough dossier to get FDA approval. In the same time, the plant trials that's going on that requires for the production, and it has to meet the market requirements. So all of this is not easy if you're handling both business, market, regulation, and R&D in the same place. So I'm talking to you in terms of from the company standpoint, and with all these different health claims, we have to do that. Now, in the process of getting ready into that process with FDA at the end point of end product approval, on the beginning point is actually the agriculture product and upstream material, where it is controlled by organization that related to agriculture product. In this case is ACFS in Thailand, when we have organic, GAP, good agriculture practice, standards, and so on. But if the company apply to food in general, and we get into health, into nutrition, you can have nutrition positivity, you can make products, and this product you can walk up a little bit a higher level. And if you do other function claim, for example, antioxidants and plant stanols that affect your cholesterol and so on, you can submit the dossier for FDA approval, and you're lucky you get up there to the highest point. Unfortunately, in case of Thailand, during the early years, most didn't make it because of the lack of understanding of safety, efficacy, evidence. They didn't understand regulation, how much is enough. And therefore, when it gets the dossier get evaluated, it gets knocked down, or they have to redo the research. It's a very expensive thing to do. Now, if a company that have more advanced and R&D funding, they can make it to that approval process. And that makes a lot of companies having differences in success rate. So what Fern was doing was studying FFC. We actually went to Japan. We looked at food with function claims of Japan. The reason for that is Japan system, from Froshu, Japan has been a leading front of health claim regulation. And we found that in the FFC program is a notification system, but within it comes a lot of information for companies, small and large, to understand exactly what regulators want to have in terms of R&D output. So it actually laid out for you the kind of safety testing, the kind of a health study that you need to even design of clinical trial, experimental design, the quality of experimental design that's going to be rated in that process. So all of those things you studied actually has quite a lot of information for companies, large or small, to walk through the path. It's not like having just a gate and say, okay, bring me the dossier and I tell you whether you pass or not. but it actually have information little by little for you to walk across that long bridge to FDA. So we took that as a roadmap and we proposed as a policy proposal to the National Food Committee and passed in order to do a study on FFC system. And on that process, we study positive list of other function claim. And we found out that some country has positive other function claims. And long story short, we actually did also a policy proposal. We did monographs and have a lot of communication with FDA. And in the end, just 2 years ago, beginning of last year, when it was announced that Thailand was going to have positive lists at the level that nobody had thought before. So this is ongoing. And with that positive list, it's going to be able to make it to the marketplace faster. In the process of Fern working in the very beginning of the years, we had stakeholders interviews. We have a lot of interviews with researchers, entrepreneurs, independent organizations, government sectors such as FDA, SCFS, and some other policymakers. Also, driving units for business and innovation and research funding agencies in order to understand what they want. And what most people want, particularly in the Federation of Thai Industry, had done SWOT analysis for us, whether FFC, the situation in Thailand, strength, weakness, opportunity, and strength. And we found out everybody spoke the same language, that we need something to help. Sorry that you can't read Thai, but I can tell you that the darker area and the second darkest area represent the most and the high level of interest for Fern to work on something that's better on regulatory framework. And this is the frustrating part from the innovator's point of view, but also a regulator's point of view. So we mapped out the FFC system, and we have communication piece to advocate. We actually did a lot of advocacy, a lot of displaying what FFC can do, how it can affect the food with function claim, how it can affect Thailand, how it can affect consumers, because in there's consumer education piece within FFC system. It has, I already mentioned that it can benefit companies that do innovation. It also, R&D scientists in university actually can have access and understand how they can walk the roadmap of R&D to help our companies in making innovation. And also the government can benefit from the growth in the marketplace and the tax that they can benefit from. On positive list, we have done a lot of study on bioactive compounds. This is just one example. We'd have probably a stack of papers on what kind of compounds that are approved by different countries in order to understand how they make decisions, which we try to gain some insights. And from that, you can see that there are a lot of number of compounds here on the left-hand side. A lot of countries have raw materials for this or can produce this. So we have done some of those studies and put together a number of proposals. Key pain points. We look at the key pain points of health claims of food products in a marketplace. And we work from top to bottom here. The top is the highest level of government decision-making, policy group, even the Prime Minister's Secretariat involved. ACFS, FDA are part of our operation. They are network of operation in order to help them in terms of produce a number of proposed development. Then we work with sort of funding agency, research R&D funding agencies, where policy is also need to be prioritized. And there are a number of competitive research grants are in here on the second part here. So we understand that there are a number of R&D innovators and researchers who want to go into some part of production, and a lot of them are small and medium enterprises. So the positive list system that we proposed actually helps small and medium enterprise a great deal. This is going to be ongoing another 2.5 years. So we're going to have to wait and see whether we'll make the market, the target. Then we look at knowledge gaps. The knowledge gaps between innovators, researcher, and regulation, there are big knowledge gaps. And these, we heard from small and large companies. A lot of them are so frustrated because they just don't understand what needed to be done. And they said, we don't mind having difficult research R&D requirement, but we just want to know what it is. So a lot of times they just don't understand from the regulatory documentation, just don't understand how to interpret that into a day-to-day work. So this is a part of knowledge gap that we have. So we developed sort of like FFC Thailand digital system where the information is in there to help. We also develop courseworks, workshops, seminars, and books for people. The first time we offer, we had about 250 people sign up on health claim, how to make health claim product. And then we also do systematic review training. Thailand is very new to systematic review, particularly food scientists and other regular scientists who are not medical doctors. We are not familiar with systematic review. We do systematic review, meta-analysis training. We do quite a clinical trial training. We do quite a number of knowledge gap, filling the knowledge gaps in that. We advocate for case studies, and we have done a lot of case studies in turmeric, catfish, color rice, cordyceps, and a number of things that we know that there are projects that's ongoing. And we can actually manage to get products through innovation process in order to have raw material standard. And it's another thing is NQI, the National Quality Infrastructure. National quality infrastructure is critical for developing innovation. So we work with the national quality laboratory standards, and we talk to a lot of government labs in order to establish those analytical methodologies that are required. And also production technology, both from the agriculture production, smart farming, biotechnology. For example, if you want to make cordyceps safely, how do you do in order to control, to make sure you have no contaminants in there to comply with the safety? And these are the kinds of things that innovation alone will have to be the one who actually making this work. And Fern actually worked with a number of scientists in universities in order to establish some of these research that leading to new standards that are going to be proposed to FDA, for example. And all of this is big. And we are just a group of scientists with no full-time employment. How do we do it? Almost 10 years now. Every year we have engaged in a number of grant submission for grants to support Fern action. And we have been so lucky to have that support from the Thai government because functional food is top priority in R&D in the Ministry of Higher Education. On top of that, I'd like to mention that when we first start, before we get to that, so we are advocating 3 quadrants of competencies in a country that we need to have. Not only a very well managed and well recognized regulatory authority, we need to have test facilities that are enough for conducting testing. We need to have a strong R&D capacity. You need to have consumer monitoring capacity, authority. All these 4 quadrants have to go together in a strong way. We can't just have a strong one leg, but we have to have all of them all together. In this way, you have a very stable society with good promise in innovation. Now, here's the history of FERN that I just listed out from 2018 to 2025, where we are now. Every year we have discovery, every year we have new products out, every year we have new work out. And the starting point, I would say, 2019 was really the most important step when we actually had 2 EFSA directors coming to Thailand and give us the workshop on regulatory aspect of health claim and safety. That was our first, and they told us that never done this to any country before. And we said, why? They said, we only go to FDA for training. EFSA go training to country FDA, but never come to a place where you have a mixed collection of audience. And we are so grateful for them to give us the workshop, and that led to 11 technical papers where we demonstrate how each bioactive health effect are evaluated, whether it's anti-diabetic or it has to do with low cholesterol. We have fiber, GI, gastrointestinal effect. We have about 11 of them that lay out, and we did that work with EFSA guest speakers that we actually do the knowledge management, and it's up on the website for you, for everybody to see how it is evaluated, so that anybody who's going to file health claim at least can look up and see what are they looking for in the documents. So I won't go into the great detail on that. Just want to say that now we have, FERN is in a new foundation that we have just recently accepted. And we are now looking at the local commodities, which is a lot of great fun to develop, whether biofortification, alternative proteins, phytochemicals, and so on. And this is a new challenge on how do you make a new factory innovation, particularly with natural plants, and how do you make it to express the genes for a higher bioactive compounds. So we're working on mushrooms industry to try to make mushroom a new technology, because there are a lot of indigenous mushroom that we can have, and a lot of Asian countries has the same thing, right? So I think we have to work together. And here's a private sector, and I'm going to go very fast now because I think we are at almost the very end of the talk. I just want to show you the mapping of roadmap of R&D roadmap for companies. We have workshop on R&D roadmap toward health claims. So the R&D roadmaps, we have a number of things to do. Okay, I don't have time to go into the great details, but if you're interested, maybe you can sign up in a workshop that we have. But it is something to help companies to come and do a documentation and looking at the commercial system in a company, how you can do a portfolio for a number of products, not just one product at a time, but each company will have a funnel of different innovative products that going out into the marketplace, and projects might emerge, project might die within that process. And how do they manage all of that? And the new way of managing R&D go out the door, the left side, which is dividing by division that never talk to each other, doesn't quite work. We're now working on a lot of cross-function team model. And if you have a portfolio in a company, a number of projects, some of them may be open innovation, some may be R&D programs. And by the time they make it to marketplace, somebody has to make a decision on whether this is worth investing or not. So therefore, in a company, managing these innovation also very complex situation already. So within the company that does this, normally we have a regulatory person who will make the advice on these projects. And last but not least, I'd like to leave you with something to think about. And Dr. Godefroy, Sam already talked about plant-based and novel products. So there are a number of questions. How do we deal with these things? Probiotics health claim is challenging. Traditional and local herbs that we talk about in Asia, how do we manage those and make it new products in the marketplace? So these are something that probably, if you want to cap this for your discussion, I think it will do us a lot of good, because there are a lot of questions that we need to walk through. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you so much for your attention.
So thank you very much, Pavinee, for this enlightening presentation and for sharing not only some of the challenges, but definitely aspects of way forward. So, and I have to say that we envy what you have been doing and all the progress that has been achieved. And hopefully, you know, this could open opportunities for other jurisdictions. We have reached 1 p.m. and as promised, it's lunchtime. So we have 1 hour instead of 1 hour and a half. So hopefully that will not be too much of an inconvenience. And we will be reconvening at 2 p.m. here. So bon appétit.
Asia has long been at the heart of Codex. Now it's coming together, stronger, more united, and science-driven. In Bangkok from August 18th to 20th, regulators, experts, and institutions will converge to define a shared future. 3 days of breakthroughs, from Codex committee outcomes to a region-wide strategy for CAC 48 to building agile, risk-based systems that welcome innovation. This isn't just a meeting. It's where Asia's food safety legacy is forged. Join the movement. Build the future. Lead with Codex. The 2025 Asia Codex and Food Regulatory Forum, Bangkok, August 18th to 20th.
So good afternoon, everyone. Did you have a lunch? Okay. Did you enjoy lunch? Okay. Okay, so we will start the afternoon session. The session will begin with the presentation from Singapore PEC team, and she will present the regulatory best practice to manage food innovation experience from Singapore. So please, PEC team here.
Thank you, Aya, for the introduction. I wouldn't say this is the best practice. We are just sharing what we have and hoping to learn from everyone as well. This is something new to us. So as we are working on it, we are also trying to improve it and learn along the way. So I have the honor to represent Singapore to share with you our novel food regulatory framework this afternoon. Okay, I'm Samuel's good friend, not good with clicker. Okay, thank you. So for Singapore, we consider novel food to be food and food ingredients that do not have a history of human consumption for the past 20 years. In addition, we also included foods that are chemically identical to natural occurring substances, but produced through advances in technology such as protein produced through precision fermentation as novel food. We know that in our discussion, we often talk about alternative protein as protein that are from sources other than traditional livestock. But if we apply this thinking, then we are referring to some food that are not novel food, such as protein derived from plants that have been used in culinary purposes for a very long time. These include imitation meat or mock meat produced via gluten or soy meal or soybean. But these are not novel food to us because I think in Asia region, we have been consuming this for very long. In our discussion today, we are more referring to products that are totally new, that has less than 20 years of human consumption history. Novel foods such as cell-based food must undergo pre-market approval by SFA. So I think just now Samuel gave us an overview of what other countries have. So for Singapore, we adopt the pre-market approval framework for novel food. And the key consideration that we have is always the safety of the food product. We have put in place novel food regulatory framework since 2019. And you can find a guidance document on submitting the application on SFA's website. And in January 2025, we have gazetted a new act called the Food Safety and Security Act. And now we have explicit power set out in the act for pre-market approval for novel food under this act. And we are now working on the subsidiary legislation to gazette the key aspect of our guidance document into the legislation. Food safety is always Singapore's principal consideration when it comes to regulating novel food. As a country that is highly dependent on food imports, we recognize the importance of maintaining an anticipatory stance on new innovation that could come to our shore. So what we aim to achieve is a regulatory pathway that protects our consumers while facilitating innovations and can help with the food security. So we always try to strike a balance between these few factors. However, regulation is not the only way to do this. In line with our strategy of joint responsibility for food safety, we see the roles that all stakeholders can play, including consumers, industry, academia, and so on. For example, there is a need for consumer to be more aware of such food. And at the same time, Singapore can leverage on partnership with industry, academia, and our overseas counterparts to work on this issue collectively. So this is an overview of Singapore's regulatory framework for novel food. Firstly, novel food companies are required to conduct safety assessment of their own novel food product. And the assessment must identify the potential risk and ensure that they are appropriately managed. Then the next step is for us to review companies' safety assessment to see whether it meet the requirements. And for this step, we conduct the assessment together with a group of experts. We call them Novel Food Safety Expert Working Group. And after that, if the food is approved, then the food is just like any other normal food. They are subject to all the requirements for normal food as well. And novel food that are imported or sold in Singapore will have to meet our requirement. And for those who are manufactured in Singapore, the facilities have to be licensed by SFA. And the companies must have a system and process in place to ensure safety. And in future, when the novel food becomes more prevalent, then we will have to conduct market surveillance. And this product will have to meet our requirements just like conventional food. But we have not reached that stage yet. And finally, we also conduct various risk communication activities to address the perceived risk of novel food and assure consumers that the safety of this food has been rigorously assessed. Okay, now I will elaborate more on the first step, the pre-market safety assessment. I think this may be an area that many of you are interested in. As I shared just now, we require the novel food companies to conduct and submit safety assessment of their novel food for Singapore's review. We recognize that novel food is new and everyone, is embarking on a new journey to either approve or produce this product. So we take an early engagement approach by being very open to pre-submission consultation with companies, as well as holding bi-monthly virtual workshops for company to understand our requirements. I think this align with what Fund President have shared just now. A lot of times the companies are not aware of the regulatory requirement. It's not that they don't want to meet it, but it's too complex for them. So we see the merits of having all this consultation and the workshop for the companies. We also publish the guidance document on our website so that they are aware of the data required to support the safety assessment. And you can see the box in red actually lists out the information that we require the companies to submit when they submit their pre-market assessment application to us. Okay, so the second step is after the company submit their safety assessment to us, we will then review the information to ascertain that all food safety issues has been addressed. In our review, we'll consider potential food safety risks that could be introduced by both the inputs as well as the processes. So these are the two key processes. Using the safety assessment of culture meat as an example, the company must cover the safety of all individual input used in the production. And this includes providing the relevant information on cell lines, culture media, scaffold material, and so on. Then SFA will review the information to determine if this input bring with them additional biological or chemical hazards to the novel food. And company must also provide details of the production process and the control put in place. And similarly, this is to ensure that the processes do not introduce more chemical or biological hazards occur during the manufacturing process. Companies should also show that the production process is properly controlled and that they adhere to good safety and hygiene practices. For any potential food safety hazard identified, companies must demonstrate that appropriate risk mitigation steps have been implemented. And these include testing, aseptic conditions, as well as risk assessment. Yeah, like what I shared just now, we see the opportunity to partner with experts in the assessment of novel food. So we have established the Novel Food Safety Expert Working Group in 2020. And you can see that this work group comprised of members from diverse range of specialization skills, and they will be able to advise us and on how to better and what are the aspects that we should look at when we assess the safety of a novel food. Okay, and this is the third step. Other than the pre-market safety assessment process, the approved novel food must also comply with the chemical, mycological, microbiological, and the labeling requirement under the food regulations, just like any other food sold in Singapore. And if the novel food is produced locally, existing license requirements for food production facilities will apply. As the process to produce novel food is more complex than food processes, SFA has layered an additional requirements to ensure process safety. And we take reference from the pharmaceutical manufacturing practices where applicable. Yeah, because the ingredient is more than food ingredients and the processes is also slightly more complex than the food processes. So we actually make reference to the pharmaceutical manufacturing practices and see what are the steps that we can extract and incorporate into the requirement. This is an area that is still quite new to Singapore, and we have only licensed 2 facilities so far. And we will continue to review our requirements and to help navigate through these issues. We have this second expert panel comprising of industry and regulatory expert with an food and pharmaceutical production experience to advise us what are the areas, what are the control that we need to include further. As novel food become more prevalent, we will have to be ready to conduct market surveillance on this product. And testing for known food safety hazard like microbiological contaminant, heavy metals, and additive is the easy part. What is more difficult is knowing whether the novel food is being sold on the market, stay true to what companies have informed through the safety assessment dossier in terms of how it's produced and where it's used. Because sometimes as business develop, there may be adjustment to the formulation, to the processes, and it may not be the same information as what was submitted to us. So this is one of the area that we need to find out through market surveillance in future. Risk communication is also very important in addressing the perceived risk of novel food and assure consumers that their safety has been rigorously assessed. Companies selling pre-packed alternative protein product, including the cell-based meat in Singapore, are required to label the product with qualifying terms such as mock, cultured, or plant-based to inform consumer that this is not the regular meat. Restaurants are also required to clearly communicate to their consumers on the true nature of the food sold. And SFA has also taken various efforts to help consumer better understand what novel food are. For example, we have previously conducted a press briefing to explain to journalists what novel food are and how their safety is assessed. We have also put on articles on SFA's website, as well as opinion article by members of the SFA's Novel Food Expert Working Group, and even use social media to make sure the consumers have access to accurate and reliable information. There were also religious concerns on consumption of cultivated meat. In Asia, we have quite a big population of Muslim, and whether the food is halal or not is a key concern. So we have worked with the Majlis Ugama Islam Singapura, which is a religious organization in Singapore, and they have issued a fatwa, which is like a non-binding legal opinion or ruling on the point of Islamic law, with the following conclusion. Firstly, consumption of cultivated meat is permissible if the cells are obtained from animals that are halal for consumption to begin with. And secondly, the final product should only contain halal ingredients. So this will be able to ensure the halalness of the product. Yeah. So even with the regulatory framework in place, we continue to face challenges in the regulation of novel food. Firstly, with more companies entering this space, regulatory agency may find ourselves receiving a large amount of novel food applications. While the case-by-case safety assessment approach is thorough and fit for purpose, it's time-consuming and resource-intensive. So such a regulatory approach may soon be outpaced by the dynamic of novel food ecosystem. We may no longer be able to cope if we still continue to do a case-by-case basis application assessment. And the second challenge that we face is that current lack of international harmonized standards and guidelines in terms of risk assessment and regulation of novel food production facilities. So although the food safety is universal, we run the risk on the development of divergent framework for the same product across jurisdiction. We know that companies submit application to Singapore, they also submit application to other countries, but all the regulators may be thinking differently or have slight differences in our framework, and that will create more divergence in future. And public acceptance is also key to the development of novel food. But without a harmonized terminology to explain to consumer what these products are, we also run the risk that consumer becomes subject of or maybe subject to misinformation and the development of strong bias opinions to novel food. They may think that, the companies are, this company is claiming this and the other company is claiming that. There's no control on the communication, and they are not confident on the safety and value of this product. Yeah, so both regulators and the industry must therefore work together to ensure the accuracy of the information relayed to build consumer trust. So to deal with the challenges, Singapore strongly encourages international conversation on safety assessment and regulation of novel food. We believe that we cannot overcome these challenges alone, and international collaboration can help us better understand and address the obstacle collectively. Some of the international platforms that we utilize include our yearly roundtable for novel food regulation, which we will be organizing our 5th round November this year. And raising is aimed to raise awareness of novel food, or in Codex lingo, the new food sources and production system. We also had the pleasure to co-host an international expert consultation meeting on cell-based food with FAO in 2022. Through such effort and collaboration, we hope to work towards the development of internationally recognized guidelines and standards that are important for ensuring the safety of novel food and facilitating trade. And as many of you may be aware, currently we are working with a few like-minded countries like China, Korea, Saudi Arabia to put up 2 Codex proposals on cell-based food. The first proposal was submitted to Codex Committee on Food Additive, and we received quite strong pushback from countries from other regions. Even though most of the, I can't say most, a lot of Asian countries actually voice out their support, including Malaysia, thank you, yeah, to support the need to have standards. But countries from other regions say that it's too early to have these guidelines. But from Singapore's perspective, it's really not early, because over the years, we have received a lot of inquiries from other countries, other regulators. So if we all have the same questions, we really see a value to develop an international standard so that everyone can take reference from it, rather than informal conversation with multiple parties. And we think that this will be more fruitful and productive. Yeah. So we also encourage members from CC Asia to support us if you attend this meeting. And if you are interested to even co-author this proposal with us, we welcome that as well. Okay, so in the coming Codex Committee on Food Hygiene in December this year, we are going to put up another standards, Code of Hygienic Practice for manufacturing of cell-based food. Yeah, we are not sure how the reaction will be. We are trying our best to explain and substantiate the need for such standards. We see how it can benefit the international food regulators, and we really hope that everyone can lend their support for this. And at the same time, we also know that in international organizations such as ISO, they have also established a new working group to work on tissue culture on cellular food technology products. And Singapore has developed a national mirror working group to provide inputs to the development of this work. Yeah. So that's all I have. If you have any questions, do we do the Q&A now? Oh, okay. Feel free to raise to me. I may not be able to answer very technical questions because I'm not from the assessment team. but I can relay your question to my colleagues if it is too technical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pektin, for very informative, very nice, great presentation. And we had 3 presentations. So before lunch, the first, we began by looking at the global drivers for innovation. This was presented by Samuel, and such as the diversification of food sources and sustainability and consumer demand for products that align with their value. And we also learned the novel foods cover a wide spectrum from new ingredient and production system to innovative processes and technologies. And so if my understanding is wrong, please correct. Yeah. And at the same time, we recognized the important challenges. And regulators face the task of assessing the safety of food with little history of consumption and of harmonizing definitions and standards, while the innovators deal with long development timeline and high cost and sometimes unclear regulatory pathway. And his presentation also highlighted the need for global alignment. So predictable, transparent, and science-based regulatory environments not only foster innovation and investment, but also ensure fair practices in food trade and strong consumer protection. The Codex guidance has an important role to play here. And also in the presentation, examples from different regions show diverse approaches. So, and he explained Canada and USA and the EU. And Canada and the US tend to be the product and risk oriented. And while the EU is more process and hazard based. And each system has strengths, but also limitations in terms of adaptability and transparency. And we recall the discussion of Codex Alimentary Commission. So Codex discussion at the CSC had emphasized that new work on novel food sources, so the new food sources and production systems can be taken up by existing committees, encouraging members to bring forward concrete science-based proposals. So looking ahead, opportunities exist for collaboration and regulatory convergence, particularly in areas such as harmonizing safety assessment principles, sharing outcomes, and building mutual confidence among regulators. So he highlighted that for CC Asia, so this is especially relevant. The region is home to dynamic food innovation with strong consumer demand, significant investment, and active trade. So, however, the variety of diverse regulatory approaches poses a risk of market fragmentation. By working together, the CC Asia can play a leadership role in shaping guidelines, accelerating standardizations of novel food, and influencing the Codex agenda, he emphasized. So his conclusion, he concluded, so regional cooperation and engagement with Codex offer a pathway to support both innovation and consumer protection, while strengthening our collective role in global food standard setting. And also the following the Samuel's presentation, sorry, wait a minute. Sorry. Okay. So Professor Pavinee so, sorry, my pronunciation is wrong. Sorry, the presented the case of Thailand, and wait a minute. So, and about the regulatory best practices to manage food innovation, Thailand's food innovation and regulatory from the network. So, Professor Pavinee presented and highlight the growing importance of functional food and health claim regulation in Asia, and particularly in Thailand. And with Asia representing over half of the world's population and more than 50% of the global function ingredient market, the region is a major hub for innovation and regulatory development. So she explained Thailand to regulate the nutrition and health claim under the Food Act, the specific Food Act, and related to
constantly shifting world of food safety. That's what we're digging into today.
Exactly. Speaking of collaboration,
claimed, like nutrition function claim and other functional claim, and case-by-case review, and reduction of disease risk claim. And also a positive list approach was introduced, and that list is include evidence-based approval, and that approval allows product to carry functional claims at the problem safe doses. So if my understanding is wrong, please correct, Professor, please correct my explanation. Thank you. And she also mentioned the Thailand's FFC system to integrate regulation, so R&D and innovation, supporting SME and ensuring safety, efficacy, and consumer confidence. And we learned that process. The process includes dossier submission, safety and quality review, and post-market surveillance. And despite progress, so she mentioned the challenges remain, such as insufficient R&D capacity and inadequate regulatory ecosystems and widespread illegal or misleading product claim. And also so future direction, so focus on the future food, so including biofortification, the phytochemicals, alternative proteins, indigenous food, and bioconversation the technologies emphasized. And we learned the importance of strengthening regulatory effectiveness through the 4 pillars, so test facilities, regulatory authorities, and R&D capacity building, and consumer monitoring. So I think so Codex is seen as playing an involving role in innovation, especially on probiotics, novel proteins, and traditional herbs, where global coordination is needed to prevent unsafe or fraudulent product. So these are my understanding. These are my understanding from the professor's presentation. And lastly, after lunch, just right now, the Pectin introduced the Singapore regulatory the novel food framework. And I learned Singapore has introduced a comprehensive framework to regulate novel food, which are food without a long history of human consumption, or these produced through new biotechnologies. So this includes the alternative proteins such as cultivated meat, algae-based proteins, and products from precision fermentation. And we learned the regulatory system conducted by Singapore, the Food Safety and Security Act. This act just was passed in January this year, and to strengthen food safety and resilience. And it formalizes the Singapore Food Agency's pre-market approval process for novel and genetically modified food. So, and yeah, as many people already know, Singapore is now preparing the new work proposal with China regarding the cell-based food to CCFA and also maybe CCFH. So he emphasized the support from members. So those are my understanding. So if my understanding is wrong, so please correct later. And then, so we have the discussion, and I will prepare some questions for you. So I'd like to hear your view or comment. So first of all, so we have heard from Thailand and Singapore the presentation, from their presentation. So can we hear from other countries from CC Asia about your experience in regulating novel foods? So if you, the other countries, if countries other than Thailand and Singapore and have their own the experience in regulating novel food, and I would appreciate it if you would share your experiences here. So it would be okay if your country would be now preparing the new guideline or new law, but not completed yet. Nothing. Yeah, and just okay. So another question is: so based on what you heard, how much of priority do you consider the issue of food innovation and regulating novel food is for you or for your country? How much of a priority do you have? Please.
Maybe just to entertain some idea, because I think novel food to country like Thailand, there are some established safety protocol to test and submit to FDA. That's already seems to be something that they think is ongoing and somehow working. But a lot of industry may not want just novel food, but they want novel food plus. For example, novel food plus health claim, novel food plus sustainability claim, novel food plus some other things, which I think sometimes it's like chicken and egg. Sometimes they think they're gonna make no food, and then they find out that if they make it with health claim, it would be even more innovative. And that's really when it's difficult, because if you prove safety, and then you have to prove, then come later bioactive compounds and maybe added compounds. That's the big unknown. If you add something to no food, would it be safe still? So innovation goes on and on, but I think regulation sometimes have to think further what they would do, and that's, I think, maybe sometimes is kind of problematic in terms of finding the right roadmap for that. Just a thought.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your thought. Yeah, that's very important point. Please, Samir.
Sorry. No, thank you very much, and again, thank you to all colleagues who shared their view. I guess it's more of a comment that I have, and it's really an inspiration from both experiences in Thailand and in Singapore. I mean, I'm trying to imagine a world where, with all the investments that have been made in precision fermentation and all the efforts of research, investment in pilot programs, attempts to scalability, and then essentially finding an environment where the regulatory process is not there to help to assess the safety and the possibility of making these products access the market. So this for me is really a key element, that we would not be able to have investments materialize into products that are useful to humanity if we do not have the role of regulators being played to its fulsome impact. And that is not a minor responsibility. I mean, I totally understand that maybe this topic may be to a certain extent intimidating, because there are lots of things that we don't know, because we're talking about innovation. So by definition, it's something new. So there are things that we don't know. But there are lots of things that we know, because industry is already producing a number of these products. And I'm sure that in all your jurisdictions, there is a huge potential that is out there. And I think the potential has a big challenge of staying locked if there isn't a momentum that is created, such as the one that was created by the two experiences that we have heard. Now, at the same time, I was, to a certain extent, actually surprised by the reaction that the proposal made by Singapore and China at CCFA, and the way the reaction was to wait, when essentially a few months before in Codex, we have heard the Commission say, please proceed by putting application forward, because then we will try to see how the current processes are actually working. So for me, again, here, and I'm speaking the role, see, I have the comfortable role of being a stakeholder now, so not a Codex member. And I'm finding this message to be somewhat contradictory, being provided by members of the Commission. On the one hand, saying, we are not ready to have a structure, existing structures exist, and let's use them. And when a country or a few countries try to do that, complying with the priority setting approaches that Codex has set, and actually receiving that response, for me, that's something that I'm going to use just the adjective of surprising, which essentially, I think, puts the regional unity as key. And again, I think when I say regional unity, meaning that I think I know, even though some expressions, some positions have been raised at these committees, I think the voices need to be maybe louder, and not louder actually in volume. It's really louder in the justification. In other words, by what Codex procedural justification can someone justify the response we need to wait? When we have industry producing these products, when there is already a safety assessment, like the scientific advice was already out there, when there is a momentum and support to further enable scientific advice, why is the response no? I'm just asking the question. I'm not expecting an answer, but as a Codex stakeholder, I'm allowing myself to do that. Hence, really, your voices right now, and that's what we hope to hear even more. In fact, during these couple of days, is what should we do? Do you have ideas? We need your ideas. What should we do?
Thank you very much for very good questions. So if you have any ideas on how CC Asia should work on novel food in Codex, so if you have, thank
I
you.
have no particular objection the advancement of scientific advancement of new food sources, but I'm wondering on behalf of developing nation, when such kind of food will travel in cross-border trading and contribute, in that case, as a developing nation, they are not ready to regulate or risk assessment, and their regulatory infrastructure is not well designed, aligned with to acceptance or rejection decisions in cross-border trading. So that is my concern. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your very good view. Please, Maria.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the very nice presentation about Nobel Innovation Food. In the Philippines, since 2014, we already have classification of innovations and novel foods because we understand that the food industry is very dynamic. So this is expected to come out in the future. So in the regulation of the Philippines now, this is classified under the high risk food products, and the classification is based on the FAO classification of low, medium, and high risk products. And for the plant-based innovation or novel foods, we require the submission of little dose 50 toxicity data and safety data. So particularly for the plant source, and there are so many products registered now in the country, and with that, we can support the proposal to elevate it to the concerned committee like CC Asia for if a new work will be undertaken for this particular concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very good the views and the very the focus. Yeah, very nice the opinions and any other comment? Any other one? Please.
Hello, I'm from Brunei Darussalam. I just wanted to add on a little bit of input. In Brunei, food industry is relatively small, and the exposure to these novel food, novel processes, and novel ingredients are quite new. So, but it cannot be denied that maybe in the future, with emerging technologies like our youth's innovative ideas and also also the exposure to social media, the potential of the novel food, novel processes, and novel ingredient will be introduced to Brunei Darussalam. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And any other? Can someone express your view, please?
Thank you. I think it would be a very good idea if Codex could have a guideline for evaluation, safety evaluation of novel food and also cell-based products. At the moment in Thailand, we have separate categories. We have a ministry notification for the novel food, which is a regulation. And for cell-based product, we have only like a guideline or manual that is drafted by the committee, biosafety committee. And in response to other colleagues' comment as well on how developing country can cope with this advance in technology. And right now, I think Thailand is in that position because we're starting to have importers interested to import cell-based meat product. And if we do not have a clear safety assessment or regulation or process, then it will be very difficult. I think it's the same as in other countries, developing countries as well. The products will start to come in, and then what should we do? So I think Codex guideline would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your in-depth views about the importance of a Codex guideline. And this is, please.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for the excellent presentation from Thailand and Singapore. In China, we have a special regulation about the novel food, which is issued by National Health Commission. In China, the novel food focus on some new ingredients with no the history of consumption or from the new technology, mainly focus these two series. Like other countries, the novel food must be pre-market approval by National Health Commission. And SAFSA will help the commission to organize the expert review of the data from the industry. So for the cell-based product, we conduct some risk assessment and research work supported by the Ministry of Science and Technology. So we think it's very important at the Codex level to maintain some guidance on how to reassessment the novel food like the cell-based product. So maybe in the future, we think maybe if we conduct some research work at the South Asia level, maybe we can first to set some guidance on the Asian level, and maybe use future we can at the international level. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your view. And also, this is my view. This is my personal view, but not the view from the regional coordinator. So I think the term, the definition of a novel food is very difficult to be defined. And but I think the cell-based food is really new one. And so I think it's it's challenging for us to collect the robust data, but for starting new work in Codex, the justification and the potential problems are very needed or necessary to start new work. So I think the justification and Samuel mentioned, the justification is very important aspect to start some work in Codex. And also some colleagues emphasize the difficulty for the developing countries. Yes, and yes, I really agree with those comments. And so I think so robust data is also very important for risk assessment. So I think the capacity building is very key to collect robust data. So maybe it's still difficult for us to collect the robust data regarding the cell-based food because that product is very new in the market. So that would be very difficult. But I think the capacity building for data generation and so for risk assessment is very important key. So we need to proceed both. So collecting data from the developed country and also to proceed the capacity building for data generation for the developing country. So this is my just personal view, but I wanted to share taking this opportunity. So thank you very much for, please.
I need to know a little further about the presentation, especially those who are from outside Asia. Probably Samuel may be able to answer. Is this issue only to Asian countries or Europe and America and those countries? And especially I like to know what is happening in Japan and China. So, are they producing this kind of food or?
I don't, do you know Japan? Thank you. No? Tanka, can you answer this question? No. I think in Japan, still that is still the stage of developing product. So
I think in Japan there are no commercial products on cell-based food.
Still developing stage. How about China? No.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess maybe the answer is also that we're not covering by innovation only the products that are coming from precision fermentation and cellular agriculture. That's an example. And I think innovation actually can be done in so many ways. Like you can have new ingredients potentially developed out of sources of food that already exist. I mean, the example is algae-derived food. I mean, algae are consumed in a number of jurisdictions by a number of countries. But perhaps the way the presentation of the product or the way the preparation of the product poses a question of novelty. And in fact, one of the questions is this novel enough to warrant the notion that it is higher risk, and therefore if it is higher risk, it is subject to pre-market assessment, so, or a pre-market authorization. Even actually this type of question and actually arriving at a consensus as to what triggers the novelty, what are the parameters that might trigger the novelty, what are the parameters that may create a different risk profile for the product that makes it different from simply a producer that changed the recipe of a product, because that happens every day. Innovation happens even in changing the recipes. So those type of questions need to be answered by regulators to lift the uncertainty and to unlock the potential for innovation. where there is a requirement for more oversight from a regulatory standpoint because of an increase of a risk profile, where such requirement occurs, we need to agree that it is happening in accordance to known or agreed upon parameters, and then actually identify what are the conditions of accessibility to the market. And I think those conversations need to happen. I mean, give you other examples of innovation. The ones that I'm aware of in my country, in Canada, it's not necessarily precision fermentation or cellular agriculture. It's simply trying to get more value out of existing products, including actually things that we used to waste. So for example, you have rapeseed that you use in order to produce oil. What do you do with the rest, the proteins? That's a source of protein potentially. It may have, some safety considerations. It may have, and it could be potentially source for consumption. So that's a question. It's the equivalent of the way we use, seaweed or other plant-based sources of nutrition that we want to have some answers. So I think having a dialogue amongst countries, and particularly in an area where, in fact, I mean, I cited Canada, but this is happening in your countries. A lot of these innovations, a lot of these uses are coming, in fact, from even traditional food practices in Asia. I'm going to use the example of tempeh, I guess, in Indonesia and other countries. That's actually coming from traditional, our traditional food consumption habits, and trying potentially to make use of that for modern, dietary habits. Other examples, some other seeds in Africa, fonio, some other products that can be used for their nutritional value. Those actually can be innovative ingredients. Again, the notion of novelty comes from history of use is different. Because we don't have that history of use, it poses the question. And I think we need to have clear parameters to prepare the answers.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for adding your point. Please.
Okay, thank you. So I have a kind of a question that want to be clarified more, because as we know that novel food is in EU, they say it's a new food, is genetically modified, and also it could be the food that doesn't produced or consumed in EU. Yes, so but in Mongolia, but if we see in the Singapore presentation, the novel food is just genetically harmonized food, modified food. So, like in Mongolia, we have a different. Also, we do have a law of food law, and we mentioned about new technology food that doesn't produce in Mongolia, but it's produced by new technology. So I think we should have, maybe we can have a same definition, and then move forward. Because like Mongolia, we propose new Codex standard with China about the sea buckthorn oil. Just it's a new standard, but it could be a novel food to other countries. Is it or not? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much for raising your question.
I just want to add a little bit to what Sam was talking about. I just give an example. We in Thailand produce curcumin, turmeric, and a lot of Asian countries know that. We all have it. And regulation says that curcumin content in a food should not exceed 50 milligrams, otherwise you're not allowed. Okay, but traditionally, how much does people take on curcumin by traditional food each day? We don't have that information. So we have to do a study on regular intake of curcumin on the daily intake, and see how much they take. Then because the regulations say not more than 50 milligrams, a company who might want to have a health effect, they need something more effective than 50 milligrams of curcumin straight, right? So one way to do it is that they put in nanoparticles, so to enhance absorption. So when it enhances absorption, instead of absorbing 2%, you eat 100, it absorbs 2%. When it's in nanoparticle, it absorbs, say, 60%. So that means it goes into the bloodstream and has an effective on bioactivity. Now, FDA says, no, you can't, that's completely different, it's nano. Okay, so you're stuck. So they said that you have to submit separately and do safety and so on and so forth. But what we think is that nanoparticle now is a very common technology. So what we've done was that we go and study curry in traditional food. We eat curcumin in curry and a number of things. And we study how much of nanoparticles are in a regular curry when you're cooking on the stove. Actually, that's a simultaneous creation of nanoparticle naturally occurring in the boiling pot of curry. Okay, now you have to do the research again to support that evidence to show, but we're not sure how that is gonna, because that kind of side information to demonstrate that in our regular daily life, we actually have nanoparticle of curcumin in our body. But FDA is probably gonna say, but that's your regular food. We're talking about this thing. It's not the same thing. You see how that goes? So it can be on and on and on for a long time and no solution. I'm just giving you a real example. Okay, so something to think about. Thank you.
Thank you. And please.
Thank you. Just to give some my own perspective on the novel technologies. Bhutan is a party to Katina Protocol on biosafety. So in Bhutan, we regulate all the food products that's generated through modern biotechnology, through the Biosafety Act and its rules and regulations. But it doesn't cover the aspect of the current technologies like cell culture or lab culture or gene-edited food derived from those technologies. So my feeling is unless we have concrete science-based safety evidences, I think it will be very difficult for countries to come to consensus, let alone the acceptance by the consumers. And in this sense, I think we need to have both the technical as well as social sciences researchers to understand well on this new novel technologies. So thank you. This is my assumption.
Thank you very much for sharing. Please.
Okay, thank you. In Indonesia, we don't define or set a definition of novel food in particular specifically, but we do have the pre-market approval for new ingredients that are listed in our regulation. So the mechanism will be the same, whether it is sources from as you mentioned about criteria of novel food or from the generic food like we all know. So the mechanism is the same, but every step is like you can modify any step. We first identify the characterizations for the ingredients and then doing the assessment. So you can modify any aspect that actually you can add any data you need to do the assessment. In 2021, Indonesia had authorized the submission of mycoprotein, but we don't have cultivated meat in Indonesia yet. But actually, it is like important for us to have the guideline from other country that we can use as a reference to to make a comprehensive assessment. And last year, actually, for related to the novel food from cultivated meat, cell-based food, we do like internal discussion amongst Indonesian FDA officer to like sharing this issue. Like we inviting expert from biotechnology, microbiological academia, something like it. It's like a new insight, initial discussion for this is something new that should be that we should anticipate, because actually in that discussion we identified like more than hundreds of industry are dealing with this cultivated meat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you for giving time. These days in the market, we have different forms of food except normal food. The food comes in concentrate form, the food comes in the tablets, capsules, which contains different kinds of functional properties of the food, bioactive constituent we have. And the Codex do not have the safety standard, quality standards, or certain kinds of guidelines for these type of products. So my proposal is to prepare some kinds of guidelines, safety standards, quality standards, even the hygiene practice, code of practices for producing these type of food, and the standards, especially the safety standard for these type of novel food product, which the market of these products is increasing day by day throughout the universe. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comment? Okay. The comment from the participant from Mongolia, and you mentioned about the genetic modified food, and just for your information, the Codex has already developed for the good text regarding genetically modified food, and especially for risk assessment and risk analysis principles. And yeah, so the Codex has already full text, but I think so you are preparing for the new proposal regarding the oil. Is it just okay? And yeah, I think if my understanding is correct, the food oil from the genetic modified food, not one. Okay, so. Just you can propose the new work proposal to food and committee on food oil. Okay, thank you. So I think Dr. Alka is raising hand. Please, Alka, for sharing your comment and your views. Thank you very much for your participation. I think your voice is muted.
Okay, so am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Aya. And just I'm trying to follow up with the comment made by just few minutes ago, one of the participants. I just couldn't catch the name. And it's about the food coming in tablets and all other different kind of formats, which are largely the nutraceuticals, pharma and health supplements and those category of foods. So India, we would just like to inform that India had submitted a discussion paper on that and a work proposal in CAC 47. And it was in general taken positively, but we were advised to submit it through the Codex committee, which deals with the subject. So we are very much working on it, and we'll be very happy to have collaboration on this paper, and if the participants are interested. And other than that, regarding the regulations of non-specified foods and food ingredients, India laid down formal regulation in 2017. And under this regulation, we regulate the novel food products, the novel food ingredients, and also the food coming from or processed using the novel technologies. So which will definitely cover the fermentation technology or the cell culture technology. So those kind of provisions are pretty much there in the regulation. Additives and other components which are not currently listed in our standards are also covered under this category as non-specified food. And it does cover botanicals, fruit-based products, probiotic, prebiotic, and any other. And it does require all the elements of the risk assessment and clinical studies wherever it is necessary, basically the human intervention studies. And that's how our regulatory framework is. And over 300 products we have approved under these regulations so far. Of course, many of them are largely the ingredients, and we do not have any approval as of now on the cell culture, but some recombinant enzymes and other products we have approved in our regulation. So this is where our regulation stands at the moment, and we are currently focusing on bringing some regulatory sandbox provisions whereby we can give early access to the innovative food products for the testing purpose. So although we have been doing it in some ways, but not really in a formally stated format as regulatory sandbox to empower the startups or the new innovation in the food. So with that, I would like to close my statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very good input. And regarding the first point you mentioned, I remembered the delegation from India introduced the new work proposal at the last commission, and if my understanding is correct, the India will propose a new work regarding the supplement and to the next CCNFSDU. Thank you very much, Aruka, for sharing your very nice input. And any other comment? Please, Pisan.
Thank you. So for the question on what should we do in CC Asia, I think that for CC Asia next month, maybe we should have one issue or one agenda talking about what to be done for the novel food issue. And I think that during the discussion, we can prepare for our position of the Asian country for propose to the next CSC 48. And maybe I think that for novel food, there will be two way or two approach to be work for. One is for working for the existing Codex subsidiary body. For example, for Singapore proposed to CCFA and CCFH. I think that for the Food Hygiene Committee, it's quite clear to make a proposal for established code of hygienic practice for specific novel food. This one is okay, is quite clear. the other committee, like Codex Committee on Contaminants, is also very clear to propose for established standard for like heavy metal or contaminants for specific novel food, like contaminant for seaweed or contaminant for edible insects. This one is clear. The other way is like proposed by some member in this meeting that try to establish the general guideline for something like a general guideline for safety assessment of the novel food, or to set something that on the way to harmonize regulatory practice in many countries, like harmonize the definition of the novel food, harmonize how can we assess the novel food by safe history of safe use, 20 years or 25 years of safe use. This one is quite different practice in different country. So maybe Codex can set a general guideline on safety assessment, general guideline on what is the regulatory approach for register of the novel food. And this one may be done by establishing something like the new task force on novel food to work for. I think maybe this one is another one, but trying to set the commodity standard for specific novel food maybe is quite difficult, because currently there are no existing codex body to work for specific novel food, but try to set a general guideline maybe is possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very nice proposal. Yes, and we could discuss this issue. I think this issue at the upcoming CC Asia or the future CC Asia, and I think there are some ways to proceed the relevant work in Codex. So like as Pisan mentioned, so I think we can proceed this issue in some way, some possible way. And I very much glad to hear your views regarding this issue. And as the regional coordinator for Asia, so I aim to pursue the fostering the collaboration and the coordination within the region by exchanging views and the more active dialogues. So I hope that our discussion will be continued informally, or if you or officially. So I hope the active discussion and the more the good exchange of views will be continued. So thank you very much for your very participating in this such a very good discussion. And I appreciate your collaboration for this the dialogues. Thank you very much. And we will, okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Actually, we are running behind the schedule, but I want to propose a group work, and regarding the weeks. I think you can find some questionnaire file and group discussion file on the website. And I'd like to ask you to address, so based on these discussions and based on the presentation from colleagues, so this issue will guide us in identifying what we could do to work collectively on novel food or innovation as part of CC Asia work. So yes, and I propose the group work and at each table, but I think the participant from the same country sit at the same table. So please separate. Please move to one of. So I propose. So one of them move to the different table and exchange. Change the table and please to hear the different hear from other members about the different view and please propose the outcome of the discussion at each table. So would you please? So I think now that table. So only Japan and China, so please separate. Please move to different table and yeah, so please cooperate the exchange your views. Okay. So you can find this file on the website and okay.
Okay, the team will go around the tables to help them. They will start with
Oh yes. Okay, please guys. My computer is not moving. Okay. So until then, you know what you can hold on the dictionary and it's in English.
reporting of the group discussion. Let me check first. How many group are we still have? Do we still have now in the conference room? We have table 1, 2, 3, and that is a 4. And is that all? Are you joining any other table? Yeah, sure. So this time we'll do it in a little bit different way, that we will invite all the representative of each table to the stairs, and then we have a kind of a panel discussion. I will not ask questions one by one, and I would not expect you to read through all the reports you draft. And I will just pick out the, I think maybe the most critical ones, or the, in those guiding questions to inspire your discussion. I think it's so. May I invite each representative or reporter of each table to come upstairs? Come on, don't be shy. I will not bite you on the stage.
I have no idea.
It's fine. We just take a look at what we have wrote. Please come up to the stage and take your seat, please. May I suggest one round of applause for these volunteers? And before moving to the panel discussion, may I invite you to introduce yourself? Yeah, please.
I'm Dr. Aya Nozzawa, representing Sri Lanka and Indonesia, China, Japan.
This is Mohammad Liton Mia from Bangladesh, and I am representative from the table 4. And here Mongolia, Maldives, Nepal, Singapore, Myanmar, and Thailand. Thank you.
I'm Pradeepa Bandaranaike from Sri Lanka. I'm representing our team from Philippines, Bhutan, Singapore, and Maldives.
Okay, hello, good afternoon. I'm Nasria. I'm representing table 1. Is it 1? Okay. A few countries are in our table. Laos PDR, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and Thailand. Yes, and I will probably need their support in answering some questions because they are more expert than me. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the panelists are still free to ask the help from the audience, of course. Okay. Our colleagues from Philippines, you can introduce yourself and your group. Yes.
Hello, good afternoon, not yet evening. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm from the Philippines and from the Food and Drug Administration, and we're developing policy for food because we are regulating all processed food in the country. So that's
So you are representing which country in your group?
the group that we earlier discussed about the workshop. So we have the Myanmar, Brunei, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Malaysia, and Philippines. We have
Good
6 countries.
representativeness, yeah. Thank you. And so we go ahead for the first question. I think the guiding questions can be divided into 3 tiers. One tier is your perception or your experience, your understanding, and the definition about novel food or novel ingredients in your country according to your experience. So may I ask a question to our panelists? What type of novel products or processes are currently under development or being commercialized in your country? Yeah, please.
Our group thought about high pressure processing juice that is intended for extend the shelf life and cell culture food, but none of the countries are not commercialized yet.
From our group, Singapore has precision fermentation foods and cell-based foods, and Thailand regulates several types of novel food ingredients, high-pressure processing foods. Cell-based meat is undergoing process, and Mongolia added new terminology in food law concerning novel food, and the assessment is under processing. Thank you.
Our group represented Singapore. Therefore, we have this cell-based meat already in the market. And Sri Lanka has started cultivating a seaweed, which may be a novel food for other countries. And insect proteins, wolfia is also under cultivation in Thailand, but not in the commercial market yet.
Okay, we have a long discussion on like our each country novel food products. Basically, when we discuss, there are few novel food products from each country. From Malaysia, she mentioned the high pressure processing for fruit juices, and from Lao PDR, cricket, and from Indonesia, mycoprotein, and the most interesting one is from Thailand actually. It's called Wolfia globosa, the aquatic plant rich in protein. Yes.
Yes, for our group, for Bangladesh, Brunei, Bhutan, Malaysia, the answer is no for question number 1, because currently these countries has no regulation yet for novel foods or innovative products. But for the Philippines, my answer is yes, because we have issued a policy that covers the regulation of novel and innovative food products, because it is in our Republic Act, the law states that we have to regulate other health products that maybe not currently has a definition, like food supplement. We define it in the law. But for novel foods, we don't have definition, but it falls within the provision of other health products, because we cannot stop the business industry not to commercialize its business. It also for the health of the economy, so we need to regulate them. And our basis of regulation is we have adopted the FAO, Food Agriculture Organization, wherein there is a categorization of low-risk product, medium-risk product, and high-risk products. And innovative products and novel products fall under the high risk. So before the industry can market, they have to comply with the requirements. Number 1, safety data. So for example, the product falls under the precision fermentation example. It has to, each ingredient that will be included in that novel food should have an established safety studies so that it can be safely consumed by the population. Number two, it has to be, if there is a claim on the label, they have to follow the regulation which falls under the Codex guidelines on health and nutrition claims like functional foods. If they have claim about the product, this particular product has a health benefit, then it should conform to the table of claims that is contained in that Codex guidelines. So that's how we regulate, and we issue them authorization so that they can market. We call it certificate of product registration. But it will not end there. We follow the product in the market. We call it post-market surveillance. So we check the continuous compliance, whether the one approved by the FDA is the same being sold in the market. If there are inconsistency with the one approved versus the product being sold in the market, there is a corresponding regulatory action. So they have to comply, they have to check, they have to update the label in accordance with the approved label. So that's it. We do the pre-market and post-market monitoring.
Yeah, thank you. I think your answer also touched our next question. That is the pathway for the regulatory approaches for the novel food in each country. And according to your answer just now, I see that different countries share different perspectives or different definitions of novel food, or it touched well, both the novel ingredients but also the novel technology, as we said, as you mentioned, the kind of high pressure juice, high pressure processed juice. And so before we move to the next question, may I ask, according to the Codex definition about NFPS, that is a new food and production system, do you, according to your discussion, do your group have a kind of different or slightly different definition about novel food, about NFPS in your discussion? Maybe from that side, yeah. No, I think you already touched that.
Okay. Based from our discussion, actually, Thailand give input regarding this definition. Novelty determined based on history of consumption and food processing that change the chemical composition of food properties. Yes, and meanwhile, Japan mentioned they are still in development process in defining the novel food. Yes, thank you.
The Singapore definition was already presented, and other countries that represented in the team still do not have any definition.
From our group, yes, for Thailand, Singapore, and Mongolia, they have a formal definition for novel food or novel process, and no for Bangladesh, Maldives, and Nepal. And in Myanmar, they are underdeveloped or under consideration.
In our group, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Japan, no formal definition. And China has a definition following items which are not traditional eating habits in China: animals, plants, and microorganisms. 2 ingredients extracted from animals, plants, and microorganisms. 3 food ingredients, the original composition of which has been changed, and other newly developed food raw materials.
Thank you. And I think according to your answers, whether having a definition, a clear definition about novel food will influence the regulatory approaches you take in the different countries. So that move to our next question is that, according to your discussion, what are the main regulatory pathways available in your member countries for the approval of novel food and ingredients? I think that many will relate it to the pre-market approval, as you just mentioned in the answer. And I will also like to invite you to answer the next question altogether. So well, in the pathway, do you have a public consultation or a kind of stakeholder inputs in this process? So this time, yeah.
Yeah. For the 6 countries, Brunei, Bhutan, Malaysia, they don't have yet it. They don't have at the moment. But for Bangladesh, there is an authorization being issued, so they have the regulatory pathway. For Philippines, yes, our pathway is the food industry has to first secure a license to operate and certificate of product registration. So they have to go to the electronic portal system. They have to apply it, and then it's per product, or if it's raw material, it's per ingredient. So the finished product has to submit also a safety data for the finished product, and then after that, if all the requirements have been satisfied completely, then they can secure a license to operate certificate and then certificate of product registration, and they can put the product in the market. So that's the pathway. But again, we will follow for sustained compliance. If there are differences between the approved and the being marketed, then we can anytime revoke or issue them corresponding regulatory action.
Singapore presented the framework already, so we did not write it. But according to the presentation, it was they have this pre-market assessment requirement and a clear framework that our colleague presented. So we did not write it. The other countries do not have.
In my group, Thailand regulates the approval of novel foods and ingredients are under the Thai food law, and Singapore regulates the approval of novel foods and ingredients by novel food framework.
In my group, Indonesia pre-market approval is necessary, and Indonesia will ask for the evidence of safety from the industry, and Indonesian FDA will evaluate the dossier. And China also has a similar approach, pre-market approval. Japan, National Risk Assessment Commission to do the risk analysis, and there are also pre-market approval is required. And in Sri Lanka, there is no formal process, no regulation, or a kind of SOPs are not developed.
Yes, and then move to our next section, because I think according to your answer just now, different countries are using a different kind of regulatory approach. But most regulatory approach you mentioned is about food safety, like analysis or assessment, and then a pre-market approval is necessary before it really got commercialized or get into the market. And so in this process, according to your discussion, what are the key regulatory or the scientific challenges are you facing in the assessing or the authorizing the novel food, according to the discussion of your group? Please go.
I will start. Okay, based on our discussion with the group, all countries, Brunei, Malaysia, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Philippines answered all the enumerated items here. Lack of clear guidance or criteria, limited capacity for safety assessment, data gaps, absence of international reference standard, others. But for the Philippines, we use the internationally recognized references. We use the PDR, Physician's Desk Reference. We use the GRAS list, generally recognized as safe for the herbal products. And we also require the company, since this is novel, this is something that is new, that is not commonly marketed. So they have to submit toxicity data per ingredient. So per new ingredient. But for the other substances that have already established data like vitamins, minerals, we follow the maximum limit that is based on our guidelines. But for the new new really innovative ingredients or substances, they have to submit scientific evidence to be approved.
So do you mean that for those substances which are totally new, you are going through a kind of a complete assessment or a kind of evaluation process? And for those which are not really new, but maybe new to your country, but not new to the other regions, then in kind of a reference list or reference document or a accelerate process will be applied.
Yeah, we recognize the international countries like
You mean GRAS? Yeah.
WHO, yeah, and other European Europe regulation, easy regulation, and the US CFRR, Code of Federal Regulation. We can use that as reference as long as there is an established safety data risk assessment has been conducted. So for the herbal products, plant products, we require them to submit LD50. So that's our among the references that we use to evaluate application.
So it's really a wise way to do that, to do the kind of the to take the approaches. So and back to this question, and which challenges or which difficulties or problems will you pick when you look at this question? Maybe the top one difficulty or challenges in the regulatory or scientific challenges.
Okay, if I may, our team members also discuss regarding this, and we take all both the points. But if I may, like pick the most important one or the most critical one, it will be the lack of clear guidance or criteria. So we need to start with that when the guidance and the criteria are set, so we can start on this novel food project. Yeah, thank you.
So may I ask a follow-up question? Are you developing this kind of guidance, or you are trying to seek for the help of the kind of global or international organization like FAO or WHO?
Yeah, from what I know, we are still developing from the countries that I presented. Japan is still in development of the developing the guidance and criteria. And obviously Thailand already have it. Yeah, so the other countries also like it's still in development. Yes.
I think clear guidance is really important before we start any work.
In addition to the four given in the list, our team thought that time taken to develop standards takes much longer than time taken for innovation of new technologies. So it has to be a quick process. So it is a challenge, especially with this novel food, since innovation is faster than developing standards. So that is a challenge that our team thought.
Technology is really, well, you cannot imagine how fast it can be.
In case of key regulatory or scientific challenges, our group choose all of them. That means lack of clear guidance or criteria, limited capacity, data gaps, absence of international reference standards.
Our team thought limited capacity for safety assessments and data gaps are the major challenges.
Yeah, hearing about the major challenges, what do you think we can do at the national level or regional level or maybe a global level to help you facing or solve these problems? And this time we'll start from the middle.
For our group's discussion, that to overcome this challenge, we can access to shared food safety on regional dossiers or joint reviews or expert committees, regional guidance comments, or maybe by regulatory training and capacity building.
We thought that, all the 3 points except regional guidance document, we agree to all three because we propose that global guidance documents will be more useful than regional.
we actually take all the points also again, but if I may talk on behalf of my group, I think as we discussed before with the team members, regulatory training and capacity building is the most important part, because before we start this, we don't have many like expert in novel food, especially the regional expert. From Brunei itself, I don't think we have like expert in novel food. It's still new. The exposure to novel food is totally. I feel like it's for us regulator. It's very new and unique. So we need to learn more regarding this novel food ingredients and processes. Yeah.
For our group, everyone, all countries answered. We rank this actually those 4 items enumerated under number 5. We rank them according to relevance or urgency. Number 1 is, since we already discussed that most of these countries have no novel or innovative food that are being regulated yet at the moment because of the absence of law or regulation that defines these novel and innovative products. So the first choice of the most countries is regulatory training and capacity building. And from that, we also discuss mentoring system that can be incorporated during the training. So we need countries that may have more experience, maybe from developed countries, that will guide these developing countries, particularly in the Asia, to help in building the capacity of these countries for in the form of collaboration. And then next to our need is regional guidance and documents. Of course, we need to have a document that will serve as a reference for us to clearly define what is novel food, what is innovative products, and what are the process that we need to do in order to, number 1, ensure the safety of the product, because that is our common mandate, to ensure the safety. And then the rest, the other concerns, will be incorporated in the same guidance document. And then joint reviews or expert committees, once these countries have been trained, we can do collaboration. And then access to shared safety data or regional dossiers, we can link together our information to share the whatever data that we have to help us in regulating these novel foods. Yeah, that is a very comprehensive answer, I think. First of all, according to your answer, I think the capacity building will rank the top, because as we know that Asia, CC Asia, this region is different member shares different level of development, no matter the technology or the laboratory kind of capacities or the risk assessment capacities. So capacity building will rank the first. And when you were speaking about the kind of regional guidance, I think, why don't we move one step forward? Can we call for a global kind of guidance? Because we know that these novel food are not traded or circulated in our single region. It may kind of go beyond our region. So a global kind of reference or guidance may also be very helpful. And the data sharing, the information sharing is also important. And these will call for our collaboration for these CCAsia countries in the region and beyond the region, I think. And then with that, let's move to the section C, the regional collaboration role of CCA Asia. I think some of our answers before have already touched this area. And now I would like to invite you to do a kind of a pickup exercise. So in the area of collaboration among the CCA Asia members, which one do you prefer, or please rank the top 3 in the list? And this time we start from this end.
Yes, our group thought building regulatory and scientific capacity across the region is the first priority. We rank it. And second comes creation of shared database of authorized novel ingredients and processes. Third is conduct of joint or coordinated scientific assessments.
Our group selects development of common safety assessment guidelines as number 1, and building regulatory and scientific capacity across the region is as number 2, and joint engagement with the Codex for new work proposal as number 3.
Quite different. Development of common safety assessment guidelines, number 1. Joint engagement with Codex for new work proposals, number 2. Number 3, mechanisms for mutual recognition of safety decisions.
Okay, based from our discussion, our top 3 will be first, building regulatory and scientific capacity across the region. For the second one, development of common safety assessment guideline. And our number 3 will be the mechanism for mutual recognition of safety decision. Thank you.
For our group, our first choice is our top 1, building regulatory and scientific capacity across the region. Top 2 is joint engagement with Codex for new work proposals, so that this may include the proposal on the guidelines for novel food or innovative products. And our top 3 is the conduct of joint or coordinated scientific assessment.
The answer is really interesting. As you can see, the panelists almost touch every choice in this list. But I think according to their report, I think that the capacity building is always ranked very important in the list. And also there are some other things we can do, as that we can do the joint assessment, or we can jointly propose a new work proposal at the Codex community in the Codex community, and also we can do something else to do that. And so in this process, will you recommend any kind of private or public collaboration? This is not a closed list. I think you can have more. And I also expect our stakeholders after this discussion, you can have some inputs from your perspective. This time.
Sorry, I will start.
Yeah.
Okay.
Public, private.
Is this the question number 7?
And no, it's 8. Because I think
Number 8.
the answer to 7 is absolutely yes.
Okay.
Well,
So I'm answering number 8. So our group output, yes. How could public-private collaboration be encouraged within CC Asia to support innovation and regulatory convergence? Well, actually, all of us pick all these enumerated items. However, we rate them according to urgency. Number 1, joint pilot studies and risk assessment, because in most of these countries, our weakness is the establishment of risk assessment, science-based data. Number 2, we pick shared forums for dialogue and pre-submission consultations. So this is very important, especially when we need to establish a common or aligning within the region for regulation of the novel or innovative products. And our pick number 3 is, of course, the remaining item, co-development of safety dossiers and data generation.
Great. Anything else if it is not included in the list?
It's a public-private collaboration, so perhaps I think this is not discussed by the group, but my opinion. Very important, the role of the private sector, especially in because they are the one that implement the policies that we are developing. We develop the policy as regulators, and we want to determine whether this is enforceable, whether the industry can implement it without difficulty, or if there are difficulty, at least they can address the issues that may crop up during the implementation. And so For other, maybe a partnership in terms of we discuss about once the CC Asia, for example, submitted a new work proposal to the Codex for our discussion paper, then the CC Asia can request for information or data that can be included in our discussion paper or proposal if there are available data. So exchange of information, because we understand that the private sectors have so many studies. They are very rich in that area. So perhaps those information can help us in achieving our common goal, which is convergence of regulation. So we develop the policy, but we need their input so that we can determine whether this is enforceable.
Yeah, I
That
think
that
communication and
if
interaction.
there are issues that may be encountered, so what are the possible solutions that can be done, or what are the amendments or something like re-strategize the policy so that it can suit the need of our food industry.
Okay, for question number 8, how could public-private collaboration be encouraged within CC Asia to support innovation and regulatory convergence? Our group had a discussion, and we commonly agreed the share forum or dialogue and pre-submission consultation is the top one. And also, representative from Thailand also raised an issue regarding the pre-submission consultation. There might be a language barrier factor comes into play. So, okay, that's all. Yeah, thank you.
In our case, we agreed on joint pilot studies and risk assessments and shared forums for dialogue and pre-submission consultations. But we thought that co-development of safety dossiers and data generation would not be a good option, because regulators should do their job, and the data should be generated independently and to be submitted for the assessment. So that is our opinion.
You're right. The government cannot generate data.
Public-private collaboration could be encouraged by shared forums for dialogue and pre-submission consultation. Another option could be the joint public pilot studies and risk assessment.
Public-private collaboration to be encouraged by shared forums for dialogue and pre-submission consultations. That is a thought of our team.
Yes, I think we all agree that communication, smooth communication, and the channel, the platform to communicate and to seek the input or contribution from the private sectors are very important for to solve this problem and to strengthen the private and public collaborations. And well, let's move to another level at the Codex. Well, we are now discussing the CC Asia region, and now we are looking at the global level, for the whole Codex community. What do you think is the most urgent need for the Codex guidance or standard setting related to novel food? As we can see that FAO and WHO, the international organization, have already done so many work on the risk analysis or provide scientific advice on the novel food. But what do you think Codex can do? Let's start from this side, please, this time.
Definitions and classification and the safety assessment criteria, data requirements are expected from Codex in our case.
For our groups, the areas could be maybe the safety assessment criteria and data requirements and definitions and classifications.
In our case, it is safety assessment criteria and data requirements, guidance on novel processing technologies, use of claims linked with novel ingredients. We did not pick the definitions and classification because we discussed that it's very complicated and definitions will vary so they can come up with their own novelty, because novel food from one country would be different from the other country. So that is what we discussed.
From our group, we choose safety assessment criteria and data requirement. Basically, that's our most top like urgent need for Codex guidance. But obviously, each member state or each country need to have, like support like in this like Codex guidance. Yeah.
For our group, we pick unanimously definition and classification because different countries have different interpretation. So we need to have a common one definition so that we will arrive in the same understanding. So that is very important. And then number 2 is safety assessment criteria and data requirements, because again, our mandate as regulators is food safety. So this is very vital. For the other two, guidance on novel processing technologies, use of claims linked to novel ingredients. These two can be addressed by during the application for licensing the food establishment. So they have to show how the processing technologies are being done during the manufacturing. So it can be addressed and not so much a big deal.
Or at a later stage, maybe. Sorry, or at a later stage. I mean, that is not the most urgent one from your perspective, maybe.
Yeah, the most not urgent are the two last items, guidance on the novel processing technologies and use of claims linked to novel ingredients.
Thank you. And I think most of the panelists pick the safety assessment criteria and data requirement. I think these also uphold the mandate of Codex, that is the ensure the food safety. Yeah. And yeah, let's move to the next question. Would your country consider supporting the development of a Codex discussion paper or a new work proposal related to novel food? I think this answer is really obvious because, yeah. So we start from, okay, still from this side.
So answer is yes, China mentioned cell-based food to start with.
Our group don't choose yes or no. It's under consideration, depends on subject, experts, and country priorities.
We also picked yes. Yeah. We already have Singapore in our team. So yes.
We also pick yes, and any development or any support are most welcome. And then okay, should I mention the product category? Yeah. Oh, is that okay? Product categories that we discuss is the cell-based food and also product produced using new processing techniques such as the precision fermentation. Yeah, that's all.
For our group, yes, same with the rest. We also pick yes. And to answer the sub question, what product categories or issues could be the focus? The group unanimously said number 1, food safety, and then number 2, halal.
So according to the benefit of original members, what do you think we can do, or the CCH members can do to shaping the Codex agenda on the novel food? And I think this time we start from the middle.
So that's number 11. So we thought all 4 plus development of joint proposals for Codex, in addition to the 4 included, regional consensus building and prioritization, developing and submitting proposals to CAC, providing technical input to horizontal committees, and supporting expert consultations coordinated by FAO WHO. And we added one more.
CCHA should play a role in shaping the Codex agenda and novel foods and process by developing and submitting proposals to CSC, providing technical input to horizontal committees, and through the expert task force of a CC Asia, if it will be established.
Regional consensus building and prioritization, and supporting expert consultations coordinated by FAO, WHO. Those two items are selected by our team.
We actually have a long discussion also regarding this, and we're quite unsure about it. But the most critical one that we choose is actually the supporting expert consultation coordinated by FAO and WHO.
For our group, we pick all those that were read by them. The regional consensus building, developing, submitting proposal, providing technical input, supporting expert consultation. The only addition is for the optional, the group is said requesting data from other continents. So it could be in the Latin, Africa, and other regional bodies.
As long as we are doing a global standards, we also need the data and information from other region. Of course, you're right. And so let's move to our last open question. So taking into consideration that some CC Asia members has already taken some extent of leading role in, well, in the Codex community on the novel food. So what do you think we can do, or do you have any additional idea, expectation, or proposal that could help the Asia food regulators express such leadership in fostering responsible and agile access to novel food and technologies, both regionally and globally? So this time we'll start from this end.
For example, precision fermentation. We thought capacity building and data sharing will be the key to maintain the leadership in the period discussion in Codex.
Close collaboration and coordination among CC Asia member countries can be a possible answer.
So we thought to come up with new proposals from our region, as well as mentoring the countries to have one voice. So basically collaborate and come up with one voice to share in data, do comprehensive analysis, so we can come up with one voice and defend. Yes.
The proposal and the idea that we could think of is mainly on the capacity building, and also the food regulator capacity building. That's the most important part. Yeah, I think that's it from our group.
For additional ideas, expectations, or proposal that could help Asian regulators, the group agreed that number one, we will propose for the Codex guidelines to be issued. And then once it is adopted, approved by the Commission, then the member countries, particularly in the CC Asia, can review for possible adoption and consider to help our local industry whether these guidelines are doable or feasible with each country. And then with that, we can issue our respective policy on the adoption of the Codex guidelines on novel foods if it is approved and established at the Commission level.
Okay, so according to the answer from our panelists, I think there are some key words. First of all is the, always the capacity building. And also one key word has been mentioned is the coordination. Coordination in this region to have a stronger voice in the Codex community on the novel food is really important. And when we are talking about the kind of joint efforts or the collaboration from all the stakeholders, not only the government, but also the different stakeholders like private sectors or the academia on the data sharing or on their contributions, and their inputs are very important, I think. And I'm not asking the private sectors or the stakeholders to input on this under Section 3 is because that I'm looking forward to your inputs here. national level, regional level, or global level, what do you think we can do, we can move forward for the private sectors, the industry, academia, and the government agencies? What can we do? And do you, I would like to invite you to give your inputs or your opinion on this, on what we can do next. No, I think we need a microphone for the our colleagues or and the participants online.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving industry a chance to give our feedback too. I find it's very interesting that the regulators' challenges mimics quite well to the industry challenges. So very quick, I don't want to hold everyone for for you to go out after this. So in terms of challenges for the industry, is firstly, as mentioned by the regulators, is the differences in regulation among the countries. So the fragmented regulation poses challenges for industry in terms of the market access, and also provide us with a different, with a lack of transparency. So we have, imagine we were to export to several countries and we have several requirements, which is really a technical hurdle. The other one would be on the different in the risk assessment approach. So it is a good way moving forward if among the regulators, we could look at how we could adopt a common grounds on the risk assessment. And the other thing for industry, we are very competitive. So we have trade secret. So although we appreciate the needs for transparency, we also need to ensure that our IP are being protected, because the industry paid a heavy investment and we don't want the trade secret to be published, available in the government website. So it's very important that these are being protected to ensure that we remain liable and also competitive among our industry friends. The other challenges that we face is among the government priorities, which I can hear that is being discussed here. Different governments have different priorities. Some governments have priorities in terms of the public health, which then affects in terms of reformulation. So we do respect on the public health, but if you do not have the ingredient that supports reformulation, that poses challenges for industry to support the intention of the government to ensure the consumer remains healthy. And lastly, as you can see, innovation is very fast. It's something that we are proud of, but we also need the government to support us, whereby we need some form of adaptability of existing regulation. You don't have to come up with new regulation, but can we work on existing regulation to adopt to the speed of the technologies? And that will come back to what is the recommendation from industry. So one of the approach that we would recommend is to consider a tiered risk-based assessment. In terms of the risk assessment, the ask from the industry is to have a clear guideline, to be transparent. For example, it was quoted by SFA, they publish a guideline. So every industry is clear that you have to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and this is the outcome. If you don't fulfill this, you don't get approved. Similarly to the one that was shared in Thailand. So that is something that industry will look forward for. FIE, we are the observer in Codex, and we very much appreciate that as a platform for harmonization. And it is also an example where public and private partnership is demonstrated. What we look forward for is at regional and national level, for there to be an opportunity for a partnership. So Food Industry Asia, we are based
Asia. So we very much appreciate a chance for us to be a partner within the Asia regulators. For example, some of the regulators mentioned about the lack of knowledge, technologies. Perhaps this is one area that we can work on, especially among the industry members. They are the pioneer in terms of the innovation, the technologies. There must be a way that we could share without while addressing the concern from the regulators to be independent and neutral. So I'm sure we can figure out a way because it's demonstrated at Codex level. And lastly, one other areas that I would like to bring is about encouraging mutual recognition. You can see a lot of work that is being done by Thailand, all the steps in terms of approving health claims. And at the same time, Singapore leads in terms of the novel food. So perhaps to reduce also the concern that was raised, I think by Brunei, that there's a lot of knowledge gaps and technology, and also requesting mentorship from the countries that are leading. And perhaps if, say, for example, Singapore has approved it, is there a chance that the other countries can recognize the approval? Or Thailand has approved the health claim, is there a chance between all the country regulators to consider it as at least one step ahead to consider approval in their country? That's our key sharing for today. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
If I may, I'm not going to be expressing the view of the industry, but perhaps actually another observer body in Codex, and in this case, really maybe the one voice of the food science and technology community. I think first of all, I would like really to congratulate everybody for the work that was done in order to gather this information and to keep the momentum going on this particular issue. A few ideas that potentially can be leveraged from what was proposed here. One of them is really related to providing clearer guidance on how novelty can be identified and potentially can trigger a change in the regulatory process. Because basically here, what we're talking about is what makes an ingredient or a particular attribute of a food requiring a different level of oversight than the one that we are accustomed to under a generic ingredient or under general Codex guidance. So that could be potentially something that the region could embark upon by trying to consider or to think about what is the common guidance building on the experience that is gathered that we can rely upon in order to identify the novelty and then give guidance on how the regulatory framework could be expressed. This is from a general, higher level oversight, how the oversight would be expressed. Then a few other ideas about perhaps, sharing the expertise. So for some categories of food innovation, whether be it those resulting from precision fermentation, cellular agriculture, or even simply, a particular extract from a food or a herbal ingredient that is identified for its potential to be added to a food and therefore contribute either to the betterment of the food properties or its attributes. So for certain categories, without going all the way to mutual recognition, which is something that we aspire for, and even harmonization, if there was even an agreement on the creation of a platform that will share the outputs of the assessment. So the safety assessment is shared, made available, and therefore could be the basis for other regulators from CC Asia to make a decision that could be potentially and hopefully convergent, if not even harmonized with the decision of the regulatory body or the stakeholder group that actually conducted that assessment. So any type of platform of sharing those outputs in a similar fashion to what actually we have done on the basis of food derived from biotechnology. Because when you think of the history, this is not something that we're not accustomed to in Codex. food derived from biotechnology, what Codex worked on, and this was more at the global level rather than at the regional level. We worked on guidance and guidelines for risk assessment. And then we did not impose the outputs of the risk assessment on the different members. Rather, FAO actually contributed to the creation of a platform where the outputs of these risk assessments were made available and therefore could serve to other regulators for making their decisions. So this could be done in a prioritized manner for certain applications that are of more relevance to a particular region. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And any other kind of feedbacks or comments, additional comments or additional information from the audience? Yeah, Pavinee.
I'm just echoing the industry people in the back who already left. And so I'm conveying the message here. What they think that we should go forward with is to go for global, but maybe start with a proposed platform from Codex Asia. But they think that unlike other regulation that already established by FDA around the world, novel food is one that nobody has actually established the global level, and Codex is global. So they think that to go for global, and if there's an issue, then you can do regional, but they think that it's just too big to do regional. So for that's just the thought that they have. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's, well, your comments just, make me think about another thing, is that novel. What is novel? And today's novel will not be novel for tomorrow. So, but what we can do is that we can act step by step. So, and the clear guidance will be the first step, maybe, and then the data sharing, to build up a platform to share the data and to facilitate the discussion or to facilitate the development of any regulatory approaches will be maybe the next step, and maybe the harmonization or the mutual recognition can be the third or fourth or final steps. Anyway, and if there is no any other additional comments, I would like to congratulate, first of all, for your hard work, and it's really a very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. You deserve a good round of applause. And is this the last session of today? So we can call it a day? Okay. So thank you very much for your hard work and fruitful discussion today. You are free now.